We're gonna record it for posterity.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna do the numbers again. Sorry, welcome. Happy Budget Day, everybody. I'm gonna bring this meeting of the Finance Committee to order. So I'm gonna go over the numbers. The 2019 levy was $3,270,753. If we go with a 2% increase for 2020, we're looking at $65,415, which brings us to $3,336,116. As the budget sits right now, as everyone knows, we're at $3,603,725, which means that we have to shave $267,557 off this budget. My only consideration here is that we did receive this amazing $651,000 grant to do the bridge project. Our contribution to that is $83,474 that we could not have foreseen needing in this budget, which brings us to needing to shave $184,083 from this budget. Do all those numbers make sense to people? And I'm not saying that we won't shave that 267. I'm just using that 83. I know you guys can't see the whiteboard, can you?
So just to know just to let you know where I'm at the start of this, I want to shave. I want to go for close to 300,000. Okay.
Okay. So that's Tim. That's exactly what I'm saying. Is I put this 83,000 up because we couldn't have foreseen that particular project. But what I'm saying is let's start cutting and see where we land.
Yeah, and like I said, my goal from start to finish on this end up with 300.
Nothing. Let's get to work.
Yeah, so that's just to give you a kind of a heads up where I sit. So I don't know about the rest of council, but that's my goal anyway, personal.
It's a good goal to have. All right, so let's flip it over to Kevin and Kevin's budget. We're going to go through expenses first. Probably should have been there to put this. Okay, Kevin, so what do you have for us?
Well, where would you like to start here? On the expenses, is that where you want to rate?
Yeah, let's start with expenses.
Okay, at the recreation and administration, right at the top.
Yep.
The wages pretty much stay status quo.
So I did have one question about office supplies, and it being $21,000, but we've only spent $353 this year. Was there a rhyme or reason for that 21 grand?
Well, see, last year we purchased some iPads, and we didn't know how many we were going to have to buy with the summer students. I just started out with 2, and at that time, the new program, we were not sure what we're going to all need, so that can be adjusted for sure. But to what degree, I don't know.
Can you give me an idea of, or give council an idea of what you think you're going to need?
Well, could we do, I don't know, could we do half? I don't know. You don't know if a computer goes down on you or whatever. It's hard to foresee that, but we could start there.
Like you did, Kevin, in 2018, you did 27,700. So what drove that up if you bought the iPads last year? I'm just saying, we don't want to cut if you see something that, because what's your annual budget? Is it always around 25,000 or what?
I think that could be adjusted somewhat, for sure.
Because I'm just saying, 2018 you had almost $28,000.
Mm-hmm.
The actuals.
Yeah. See, the thing is probably purchased, now correct me, I'm not sure on this, we'd have purchased an extra iPad or a laptop for the tourist information booth because the one went down on us or whatever. So that probably came out of office supplies too out of here.
No, I'll just go in the kitchen, I guess.
You will?
I'll turn it, because I can't hear.
Okay.
Sorry, Sandra's having some technical difficulty.
Okay.
Just give us a sec here.
That's why, yeah, I thought.
But I mean, even if you needed a laptop, I mean, could we cut that down to say 10,000, considering we're at the middle of May and you've only spent $353?
Yeah, for sure.
What generally goes in that line item, Kevin? Like what accumulation? So like laptops, iPads, stuff like that. But what accumulates to 27,000? Is it
Well,
programs or?
Programs, paper for printing, coloring, laminating, any signs we make up, any laminations, you buy all that material. Like it's totally office supplies. That's it. That might be a little extra, but it does add up over time.
Because any computer services is on the next line.
That's right.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
That's James.
yeah.
He comes in, sets any programs up.
Yeah, but I think what we're getting at here is in 2018, I don't think that computer services line existed because it was zero.
Yeah.
And then in 2019, do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So
Okay.
can you give me an indication of where I can take this to?
Well, let's say let's go half.
Had for 10.5.
10.5?
Yeah.
Okay.
And if the arena's closed this year, Kevin, you realistically won't probably have as many signs, lamination, stuff like that to do anyways, right?
Yeah. And there's definitely going to be a saving and a loss at the same time this year.
Yeah.
Right now.
That's correct. So I did this wrong.
Kev, you
Okay.
got 5,000 in there for the golf tournament. Do you think that's going to happen?
Well, it could. I like to see it happen. It may not be. We may have to use an alternate date kind of deal.
Yeah.
But I haven't talked to Derek in the last couple weeks or so, and he's hoping everything goes. But everything's going to be a lot different this year. I'm not sure exactly how he's going to proceed with it.
The
How
other
much?
thing is there's an offsetting revenue amount to that line item.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's probably better if we can do the golf tournament this year, and even maybe speak with North Algona and see if we want to do a second one as well, just to try to find some revenue for Kevin, but also that also goes directly to our assets and materials long term, right? Like that's where the
Absolutely.
fund goes. So if
Yes.
I would say at least have one, and you know what, if we can find a partnership to do a second one with the EACDG group somewhere, then we should definitely do it because Kevin's going to take a beating this year for revenues.
You are correct, sir. But I'd like to see us go ahead with, I don't know when, maybe September, but let's see how it goes. The other question I had for you, Kev, was about the 4,000 in seminars and workshops. Do you have people lined up for something?
I did. We had Cass was already applied for a playground inspection in Petawawa, and that was the $1,400. And there's other training that we're planning on doing, but everything is put on hold. It's
So do you think you're going to need the rest of that 4,000?
As of it stands right now, probably not. But Cass, because I was talking to Mark, he's planning on running this playground inspection program still in the fall, hopefully. So I would like to leave. I would like to leave at least like 2,000 in there? Cause like
You mean 2,000 on top of the 14?
no, that's 1,400, right? $1,400.
Yes.
So I would say $2,000 in total.
Okay. So I'll take 2,000 off of that line. Yes, seminars and workshops are taking a beating this year. All right. Was there anything else from council that stuck out?
For recreation administration, none for me.
Thanks, Brent. Anybody else? Okay, so we're gonna move on to Arena. And as you can see, Annette very kindly color-coded things for us. The only thing I had was the building maintenance. I feel like repairs and maintenance and then building maintenance, I wasn't sure. And there's only $500 spent from that building maintenance.
Okay, I can explain a little bit on the repairs and maintenance.
Yeah, we've, yeah, it was the lobby entrance, bathroom door frame and heater inspection, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey,
We've
can the
al-
C
we've
can
also-
come out of our efficiency money? Oh, okay, hang on. I've got late breaking news. The C can come out of the efficiency fund.
Okay.
What's the sea can behind by Rotary Beach being used for right now, Kevin?
That's where the all our kayaks and
Loan,
Is
that's
that
all your loan equipment is.
that's the lending hub is equipment's in there.
so my question is it in the best nature for us to even continue the lending hub, or just that's the sea can you can utilize? So just get rid of all that stuff, not even do the lending hub, and then we have that sea can, we don't have to purchase another one. And then then you don't have to do the administration side of the lending hub. Someone in the community can do if they want to take it on, but that's at their own private business.
That's a decision.
The challenge is that we got a grant for that equipment and we don't have anywhere to store it in the arena. I mean, we're really low on storage period in the township because apparently we're hoarders.
But the question is, do we even need to own kayaks or any canoes and stuff? Because I'm sure there's companies out there that can rent them to people if they want them. That's all I'm saying. Like, do we need to have them? Is that something the township even own? Like, we can have it. We don't need to buy another sea can if we have one that's already in use and that's just being used for storage for kayaks.
Well, that's
Yeah. And how popular was the landing hub last summer, Kevin?
We had about jeepers, I think around 74 or 80 rentals approximation. The thing is with that, it was a fad. It worked well the first couple of years, but then people came and used the units, and then they went out and purchased one. So it's once they have it, they liked it. So
The problem I'm seeing in the future now is the cleaning and everything else of all the stuff that has to be done between use
yeah,
in the next foreseeable future. And I think Brent's on the right track. You know, that might cost us a little bit more to keep it even. It might not even be practical anymore in this way things are going, right?
right.
what was the budget for the sea can for, Kev? Was that
Well,
general storage?
yes. Because right now, the reason why if it was possible, if I was planning on getting some extra, like replacing the tables for the ice surface and chairs. So like you say, storage is a factor, and I was planning on putting tables and chairs in that sea container.
So,
Yeah.
so Kevin, so for all the stuff that's in the sea can right now, be it kayaks and stuff, do you think that that's something that we would end up being able to sell this year? And then you put that towards, say, maintenance or your line items or towards your table budget for next year? And realistically, like how I look at it is you have a sea can, we're just using it for a lending hub. Some business in town or someone can do that if they really want to, but it makes your life easier. I don't think we should be renting out stuff. You have other companies to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. We like so far, well, there's been no phone calls for any rentals, so
Yeah.
I'm not surprised at that, but
no, me neither.
but when we're talking about those tables and chairs, Kevin, I think for this year, I think we take that out of the budget because I don't think that you're going to have that much business at the Eagle's Nest.
No, that's right.
So that sort of solves two problems. It gives you an opportunity to perhaps sell the stuff at the lending hub, or wait until next year. But if we take those out of the budget, I don't see a purpose for those items this particular year.
Jen, what I would like to see is for the CCAN, the belongings, so the profits that go from there, if we can allocate that directly to go towards tables and chairs, so that helps Kevin out for next year and this year, depending on what the proceeds are from selling those. But I would say just get rid of the items in the CCANs.
Okay, but I don't think it's necessary to be buying 20 tables and 60 chairs this particular year.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I just had to bail out for a couple minutes there, guys.
No worries, Tim. Okay, so that
So are we taking 6,500 out for tables and chairs and 3,000 out for the sea can?
we're taking 71 out of because there are 4 bar height tables as well.
Yeah.
So 71 and 3. Yep.
Oh, I see.
You see?
Those are going as well.
Kevin, off the top of your head, how much do you think you're going to end up getting for the stuff that's in the lending hub? And how much administration time do you think that'll actually cut down on? Like, will it make your life easier?
Well, the thing, last year we just rent, like previous years that we had a student. So last year we just kind of decided, so we'll do it on our hours. So it wasn't a great deal of administration, like we were here, but it's one of those things with this COVID pandemic. The things are going to change dramatically.
Yeah, definitely. Perfect. Do you have a rough idea how much you think you'd be able to offset the stuff in the sea can for, off the top of your head?
Well, the thing is, the kayaks and that, I think around $400. So you'd have to sell it if you got half that.
Yep, half.
Like I don't. Yeah, it's hard to say.
Well, just maybe figure that out and just send an email off later on, just so.
Yeah.
But I'd love to see that back in your budget towards the arena. So.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I can definitely get a price on that and to see where we stand.
Yep.
Kevin, on the, going back to the arena where you have bathroom doors, framing 1, 2, and 4, are you replacing those doors or what are you doing?
But those doors, Jack, it's in going into the washrooms and original frame, and what's going on, it's rusting out. Like there's literally, like you can take your pen or pencil and like it's broke out. So we've been sort of doing a sandy job for the last couple of years, but right now if someone goes in and hits their toes on it, we have a bigger issue.
Yeah.
And those are the 3 worst door frames going in the washrooms.
So you're replacing the doors with them then too, or is that just the frame?
Frame and door.
Yeah.
Frame and,
Yeah. No, probably. I think we've all seen them, and they're definitely in need of repair.
Yeah, I sent a few pictures there previous back.
Yeah.
Especially when the kids get back at hockey, then we want them to have good dress rooms and stuff. So.
Hey, are
what you
hand
want-
dryers efficient?
Yes, they're coming out of the efficiency fund.
Oh, they are. I forgot to ask you about that.
Are we able to ask for the air dryers? Just if NAW wants to contribute 2,000 of their efficiency fund towards our arena.
We can send off that request.
That's what I was hoping for. And same as the lobby entry doors without the post, I was hoping, or if we could send a request or ask your recreation department to see if NAW would help us out with that, because it is an accessibility concern. It makes yourself, so I just wonder if we can send a request out to NAW for that,
We sure can.
just because their residents are using our facilities, and I think it'd be a benefit to both their municipality and ours.
Do you have a specific amount in mind or just?
I was hoping 50% for the dryers from their efficiency fund, and then 50% for the lobby entrance doors, just to show a good faith, especially in these times.
I guess they can hear me through your mic. 'Cause I'm on.
Oh, yeah.
I
Yeah, we're
just-
sharing a
I just
microphone now.
I
Yeah.
just realized that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't change a screen either, Annette. It just keeps showing Jennifer.
Oh, because you're on speaker view and it's just, and I'm coming through her.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah.
But you guys can go ahead, gallery view. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, you can go ahead. I was just thinking that then the whiteboard would be big, but
I don't think
it's
they
not
can see
coming
it.
through very well.
No,
No.
no, go ahead to gallery view, guys.
Kevin, for so the Simcoe valves and the oil separator, that's recommended to be fixed this year, eh?
Yeah, that was, yes, a few of those valves are, they're original. So
Yeah.
just to isolate, if we ever have an issue.
Yep. Yeah, that's pretty important to keep,
Yeah.
I would think.
Yeah, yeah, you think?
Oh yeah, no, that's why it's happening. And then for the chiller, Kevin, you said 5 years we have to replace it. Do you have an idea what the cost is going to be? Is that like 150 to 200 grand, or how much is it to fix or replace?
I can't even give you an honest figure on that at all. I really didn't. Yeah, I don't even want to guess.
No concerns. Just I'm just curious for long-term
Yeah.
planning.
I'll get a number for you though.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So Kevin, the other thing I was thinking about was this shade structure at the splash pad. Dana has a grant app in for that as it stands right now, correct?
Yes, yes.
So I would say that we just wait, we take that out and just wait and see if we get that grant. Because as it stands right now, there is shade where the youth center was.
Yeah, yeah. And
You know-
and who knows the way things are going, may not be a real big issue up there this year.
Exactly,
I-
exactly.
Seeing we're up to Legion Field, I was looking at the 42,000 water and sewer. I presume most of that is for the splash pad. Do you think we'll even have the splash pad open this year?
That's a very good question, Merv. I'm not a,
You can see where it's gone up. The water and sewer has gone up since the splash pad has been there.
Yeah.
But do we even have the splash pad open this year?
Depends, I guess, when parks open up, Murph.
Parks
Yeah.
are open now.
No, sorry, playgrounds. I mean,
Yeah.
like they'd be designated on the same, would they not?
Playgrounds are still closed.
Yeah, so probably splash pad would be consistent with that. That's what I would think.
I would think that playgrounds will open in phase 2.
Okay.
So I'm thinking probably the end of June, maybe the July.
the thing is with the splash pad, yeah, it's like anything else. You look at the parks, I don't know. It's there may be a cleaning protocol, a disinfection protocol, and all this stuff. I'm not 100% sure
Yeah.
what they're going to implement.
I guess wait and see what they implement for the regular playgrounds, I guess, and then
Yeah.
have to see what the cost is going to be for it, right?
Right.
We may have to keep it closed if it's going to be onerous.
Well, I'm not.
Well, we'll just have to play that by ear there, Kevin.
Yeah.
Like in my opinion, I guess, as Jen said, wait for phase 2 to come out and I guess make that decision when that comes. But I would love to see the splash pad open, obviously. We switched the timer for that though, from 3 minutes to 1.
Yeah, I've been talking to them, and I was going to get them to come up again this spring, because we had adjusted also the flow on a few of the units.
Mm-hmm.
And we adjusted the timers, so I was going to get them to come back up again and just tweak it a little bit more, and just to see what we can reduce it to.
Yeah, because in my opinion, that's almost that could almost come from the efficiency fund realistically, because that's going to save us long term if we're
Right.
set up properly, right? So that's kind of something I wouldn't mind seeing down the road.
Kevin, the next line down, repair and maintenance, Legion Field, 6,000. Are those fence posts coming up again, or is there something else wrong?
No, Merv, it's the aluminum bleachers, concrete pad, and fixed dugout.
Yeah.
Okay.
What are you actually doing to the dugout, Kevin? $2,000. It seems totally redoing them.
Say, I can hear you, Jack.
The dugout.
Yeah.
It's a dugout on Diamond 1. It's like $3,000. What are you actually doing? You doing the whole
Well,
fencing
see,
on-
last year the other one on Diamond 2, or on Diamond 1, the wind caught the one and took it right down. So this year, that's what it cost last year. Put in there was 4x4s, and we're putting in 6x6, digging them in and putting extra bracing on the other structure that to repair it, because it's tied up right now.
And Kevin, they're in like terrible shape. Like I drove up there and like in my opinion, like the kids aren't playing on the ball diamond this year, but we need to almost prepare it for next year. And like Jack, they're in really rough shape, like really bad.
I was just wondering if we could hold off on the bleachers for this year.
Yeah, no, we kind of had that in the budget last year. I was going to replace bleacher 1 every year, but this year, absolutely, we can, this is different time, so we can adjust.
Okay,
There's no
so
safety concerns, is there, Kevin?
Yes, on the old structure, on the old bleachers, yes.
So then just plan to tear it down this year and then get it ready whenever we're able to replace it. So remove it if it is a concern.
Yeah.
so that's 3,000 then. But then I think, I agree with Brent. I think fixing the dugout, just so that it doesn't blow away.
But realistically, you could put the concrete in for the bleachers too. The concrete's not going to get any cheaper next year, I'll tell you that.
No, I agree, Jack. Just get the foundation ready and then we'll see where we are
Foundation
next
and-
year.
Just
Okay,
take
so then-
2,000 off.
So then
2,000
just
off.
2,000.
Yeah, that's what I would remove.
So just to confirm, that was the 2,000 for the aluminum bleachers that we just eliminated. Okay.
Yep.
We're taking that out.
And then the dugout we're going to move forward with, and the concrete pad we're going to move forward with, just to confirm.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know, guys, this is very difficult to do over Zoom. Sorry.
Well, I have my headphones in just so that you don't hear the kids upstairs.
Okay.
I think it's going quite well.
Is there any background noise from me, guys, or is it okay? Yes?
No, you're good, Tim.
Jen, can you give Tim an update?
Yeah, of course I can give Tim an update. Forgot Tim wasn't there for a little while. So Tim, where we're at right
Yeah.
now, just in recreation, we've shaved $26,100.
Perfect.
Can you-
Aren't you glad you went first, Kevin?
Well, you won't be laughing at.
Yeah, the first person always gets screwed over.
No, don't worry,
yeah.
Kevin.
Oh, yeah.
It'll be equally shared.
Yeah, you're all gonna get the same treatment there. We're not biased at all.
That's good to hear.
Jen, what's the amount you had there?
26,100.
Okay, what am I missing? I have 10,500 for office supplies, education for 2,000. I have no tables, 7,100, C-can 3,000, and aluminum for 2,000. The bleachers. What am I
And
missing?
the shade structure, 1,500.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Yeah, this is gonna take longer just because of the way we're doing it. It's very, I find this very frustrating. Okay, repair shingles on.
Yeah, that has to get done. That's a must.
Okay,
It needs a roof.
I didn't, I drove through and I forgot that this was even in your budget and I didn't look at it.
Yeah.
Would it be more beneficial to go with tin on that, Kevin, or?
It's only 1.5 times the price. It's something to look into. I agree, Jack.
Then it's a one-shot deal done complete, right? So
Wind can't
No.
blow it off. Yeah.
I'm just thinking if you'd be better off to go with tin. We did save them some money here, so if it takes a little extra to do it, I think it's beneficial to go with tin than shingles, you know? That's just my thoughts on it. Get a price anyways, Kevin. see what you
Yeah,
think.
I priced out for shingles. I didn't do 10. I'm just
Because
thinking,
like realistically, when I did my house, there's tin, it was less than 10% more shingles than tin when you take the labor and stuff in. But anyways, it's
The
something.
one thing too, guys, absolutely, when you go with metal roofing, you're done with it, right? That'll be there for 100 years.
the only is would there be any concern in the winter time with snow coming off that roof? Because the curling rink used parks vehicles there. It is a parking lot. Just a thought.
Did you
Yeah.
put some of the snow stops on it there, Kevin?
Yeah.
I would say on the parking lot side, put snow stops on.
Yep.
I have snow stops on mine on my big garage. It doesn't come off. I can park vehicles there all winter, right?
Yeah.
The back,
I have snow stops on my house.
the backside, I just let it go, but on the where I'm wanting, if you put snow stops, I think it's worthwhile looking into it, Kevin.
Okay.
I don't imagine we charge the contractor for disposal of the old shingles.
No.
And then Kevin, just for the pitching mound, that's pretty much. Is that on field 1 or field 2?
That's an extra. Yeah, it's on field 1. That's because some of the older groups were looking for it.
No, in all honesty, I think it's a good idea. I'd almost stick a rototiller to the one diamond too, just
Well,
on the inside.
Normally we get
It's a wheelchair
Eddie
accessible.
Shooter to
Is
come
that
in and
efficient?
every spring and
Accessible.
let him disc it up.
Efficient.
Mhm.
And we took,
Okay.
it's not even in there. We took that out. It's not even, the 4,000 is only for the ground maintenance.
Oh,
That was gonna be a lot more expensive.
okay. So again, splash pad, ground maintenance and seating, you've got 4,000. We have seating at the youth center.
That's where that's getting used, eh, Kevin? Just on the hill by the tennis court and around the youth center there. That's where.
correct, yeah.
Okay.
We're going to get a couple loads of topsoil. It hasn't been topsoil. It needs to be fixed up.
Yeah, it doesn't look very good, no matter if it's closed or open.
Yeah.
So how much of this 4 was ground maintenance and how much was seating?
It's all together, Jen. Maybe 3 loads of topsoil and bags of seeding plus the labor of doing it.
Yes.
Oh, you
Yes.
meant seating, not seating.
Seed,
Yeah,
yes.
grass seeding.
Grass seeding.
Okay. It was supposed to be seeding. Okay, that makes far more sense. Thank you.
Got it.
Because it does say seating. at
You're right.
benches.
You're right.
All right.
Autocorrect.
Autocorrect, that's right.
Potato, tomato.
Okay.
No, I would say just leave that in. Just because it does look terrible. So
Well, and it hasn't been landscaped, so
No.
let's get it landscaped.
yep. So
And
you're to do it.
seeded.
Landscape.
That's right. All right, moving on to if there's nothing else on Legion, everyone's good?
The wheelchair, that was a question mark. Steve was kind of looking at that, so that was just up in the air. We'll just leave that as is.
Did it work? Yeah, it worked last year, so I guess we'll just continue it.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there'll be grant apps coming out, you know, for stuff like that. I'm getting the nod from Annette here, so that's good. All right, let's move on to Foymount Park. Anything
Yeah,
on?
that's mostly repairs and maintenance up there.
Yep. And thank you for addressing the removal of the tree stump in Cormac Park.
Yeah. It has, yes, it hasn't been done yet, but that's definitely on the plate.
Yep. Because people are losing their mufflers. Okay, and moving on to the Eagle's Nest. Some of this you've already spent though, right, Kev? Like you replaced the counters and the cabinets?
It hasn't, a little, yes, it's in, they're working on it right now.
Okay. Okay, anything else for Kevin's budget overall?
The only question I had was Kevin, in the arena. Sorry, I didn't address it, but in the arena for the hydro, is primarily that cost really from the bleachers and the heat there?
The hydro?
Yeah,
That-
like so, our hydro is like 60 grand,
That's-
but is that a lot of that just from the heat in the stands?
That's the whole running of the planet, the whole unit, like the whole rink.
Oh, okay.
Do you think that'll be less this year because it's been shut down? Like we're only
I
at
know.
25.
Because what I was looking at, Kevin, was that for example, if hockey does open up, I would say in the fall, it's probably going to be recommended maybe just to drop your kids off and kind of really limit the amount of people watching it. So like realistically, are we going to be having as many people kind of in the stands? Do we have to heat it as continuous? Like that's kind of how I'm looking at it.
Yeah, see what the hydro, it's hard to say. I've been given 4 dates of startup, and they go right from September right through to November.
So just wait and see, I guess, eh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody's on the same page. They're not committing to any date.
Yep.
So Kevin, do you think we could take $5,000 out of that?
Well, I kind of look at it as similar to like a fuel budget. I guess we're going to use what we're going to use. But what I was kind of going towards, that if it does open up, like maybe we can kind of limit the amount of almost, I guess, heating in the stands, just because if we're trying to avoid having mass groups, then it's something that'll be beneficial. But
we also shut down the arena 2 months early.
Yeah, that's
but
true.
Even at that though, we're still sitting at 26,000 actuals out of it already, right? So.
Yeah.
So I don't think you can touch it too much, especially if you're going to open in September. Like, you know what I mean? If you open up then.
Yep.
I would leave it. I don't know, but it's up to you guys. Whatever you want to do. If you want to take 5.
No,
we were at
yeah.
58 last year. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah. Now I don't know if they're going to go back to. What are they doing with the hydro? Are they back to peak time? Or are they back to reduced rate?
No, they've backed off that again.
So it's back to peak time now again?
No,
No?
no.
So if they're going to back off, then Kev would get a break. Then he could easily take 5 off. They're going to keep it, you know, at those rates, but not peak time. But
They keep going back and forth. It's a pain in the, yeah.
Well, I guess because it's one of those things, so just keep it at 60 grand, and if it comes below budget, that's a good thing.
Yep. All right.
take 5 off and
All right. Okay, anything else for Kevin?
just one more thing, Kevin, looking at that. So do you propose your canteen sales and then will be the same too? Will you be able to sell when you come back or not? Like,
That's going to change. That's going to. I'm not sure what's going to go on the canteen.
I would suspect and want people to bring, I don't know.
That's all this is going to hinge on the regulations that they implement. Tim
Yeah.
or Brent may have said something that they may be dropping your kids off at the rink, and I don't know, but anything's possible.
Yeah.
I think though for those line items, bar and canteen, there's also an offset, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, we're budgeting revenue and expenses.
Really, I guess the only remaining item for me would just be make sure we create a letter for North Algona to see if they'll share in the efficiency fund for your dryers, and then
Yep.
also see if they'll contribute towards the post at the front door as well for accessibility concerns.
We'll have that made up today.
That's
And-
awesome.
and-
Thanks, Jen.
And
Sorry.
I guess one other thing on that is, what is the current rate of user fees that North Algona is paying now anyways? What is their user fee? We never ever went back and revisited that with them, right?
No, but we should.
Yeah. Because what is, I'm just looking, what is that? Do you know what that is, Kevin?
Now I'm just I think total might be around $1,800, but I'm not sure what directly is from North Algona Wilberforce though.
Yeah.
Sandra, would you have that by chance?
I thought that was,
Maybe between 1,800 and 2,000.
What was that?
1,800 and 2,000.
So somewhere between there, like, because the user fees we have budgeted for 2,450.
yeah,
And
I see that.
Majority of that. Sandra, what would you say?
It's more than that. It's in a different account. It
Yeah,
was,
I thought it was closer to 25,000. Is that
That's
how-
what I thought it was too.
it is.
Oh, it
Well,
must not be in Kevin's, then it must be up in regular.
It's in,
Sorry.
Other municipal.
Oh, I see, 26,100. Yeah.
that's exactly right.
That's Admaston Brumley's though, and North Algona's.
Okay.
And that went from the pit too, from the Algonquin or not? That's in there as well?
Yep. She's saying yes.
All three of them. Because what is their user? Are they still a percent, 35%? No? Do we know?
Yeah, about 30%, Jack.
Oh, yeah.
It's time to renegotiate for sure.
Yeah, it's been a long time. I think it's time to renegotiate that. And
Yep.
they have, that's, when you think of it, 26,000 is pretty small compared to the cost of us to operate the arena.
Absolutely.
Do we want to discuss that on the Tuesday then? Or on the Wednesday, sorry?
Sure we can.
And then just on top of that, since we're doing the one golf tournament, would be in our best interest, just because Kevin's budget took a pretty big hit this year, to try to create some more revenue, see if the partnering municipalities that do use our arena, so the Algonquins, North Algona, Amherst, and Bromley, want to do another golf tournament with us as a second golf tournament.
We can.
We can ask? Okay.
What I'll do then is I'll give James a heads up before Wednesday about renegotiating.
Thanks, Jen.
All right. Do we have anything else for Kevin? Annette, I think you had something.
I did. So I'm just being clear on the letter that we're sending Brent. It's on, I understand it's on the dryers, but when you're talking about the post, are you talking about we're asking for them to share in the $2,500 cost, or are we asking them to share in the bathroom door frame?
Both.
I was more stating the 2,500, but I'm fine asking them to share for both.
Because the 2,500, half of that could come out of their efficiency. So what we're asking for then is when we redid the boards, we asked them for a capital contribution as opposed to operational.
But we're not talking about the $10,000 amount for the bathroom door frame. We're talking about the lobby entrance post, and we're talking about the hand dryers. So that's the 3,800 for the hand dryers and the 2,500 for the post.
No, I would ask for the doors as well.
Is the doors an accessibility thing?
No, it's a maintenance.
Yeah, I see. I think the bathroom doors is separate, but the lobby entrance doors is.
Okay,
So I just wanted to be clear on that. So that's, so we'd be asking them for about $3,250.
okay.
Thank you.
Every little bit helps. Okay, anything else for Kevin? All right, Kevin, thanks for giving blood.
Yeah.
Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah, thank you.
All right,
Take care, Kevin.
Yeah, take care.
have a great day.
Thank you.
All right,
Jen?
fire is next.
Yeah, that's good timing.
Jen, are you able to review the budget on the board for us just to walk through?
Sure I can, absolutely.
I'm used to being there in person, sorry.
I know, guys, I know that this is frustrating. All right, so, if we take the 267,557 and we've now reduced Kevin's budget by $100. I don't know where it was there. We're now at 236,457. Okay. Guys, I'm just going to take a quick washroom and coffee and water break here. And I believe the fire chief is logging in at 10, so take a little break.
Well, when I turned my speaker on, hers was on, that's why it's squelched. That's what I know, somebody's is on. I know. I don't know, because it had to be muted and off. Yeah. Oh. And with my laptop at 100%, I can, yes.
Alrighty then.
Camera TV going off there, Brent.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I just pulled out a gospel from there. I see we're still recording. I just had Marker 88 here on the Make Street 10 bar.
How's the trucking business today? It's good?
It was raining and cold down here, Castleman, this morning.
Oh, yeah.
I can't get my wireless charger to charge for me here. I'm losing my jam here as we're going down the road, but I guess we'll have to do.
Is that your second load today there, Tim?
No, the reason I missed my emergency meeting yesterday, I was just about to leave the bush down here at Castleman, and I was talking with the guy who was loading me, and he went to pull ahead, and he busted my park arm just pulling ahead and back. So we got into a repair there yesterday down here. You know, that's what happens when you get into trucking, right? And then you're in the bush and things break and you have to fix. And when I looked at the clock, I'm like, oh my gosh, it's 25 after 1. I didn't realize it was already that time, you know?
Yeah, no, definitely.
So Annette, are we just recording this and then going to put it on after, or what are we going to do?
Yes, that. Sorry, we're getting an echo. I'll turn my.
Can't hear you now.
Yeah, both Jen and Sandra are both off.
Oh,
They're on mute.
well, I'm still echoing through hers. So.
I can hear the echo too.
Are you putting your mic back on?
Yep.
Sorry, so it must be me somehow that's screwing that up. Can you hear me, Jack?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. So, sorry, what was, now I've lost your question.
How about putting it back on, the budget on?
Yes, we're recording, so we can put it on onto YouTube afterwards, yeah.
Okay, great. Morning, Dave.
Morning.
Oh, chief is here.
Yep.
Great.
All right, just had a flurry of calls. The MNRF is lifting the restricted zone as of midnight tonight.
Oh,
So we're going to talk to Dana and Lorna to get the messaging out that campfires will be allowed as of midnight tonight.
yes.
But we're not going to deal with the permit side of it until after the long weekend. We'll reassess and probably go back to permit burns starting next week, as long as everything is damp enough or not dry.
I think, Dave, we're supposed to get a substantial amount of rain over the weekend as well. So,
Yeah, me too.
you know, it's going to help out with things too.
Yeah, and I don't know why the province does this midday on Fridays. It sort of leaves us in a bind trying to scramble to get the messaging out, and it happens every single time. It's always a Friday midday that we get this kind of update. But it is what it is. At least people will be happy this weekend being able to have campfires.
Including me. Okay, so let's go to fire department expenses.
Jen, Merv's not here.
Oh, no, he's not. Thanks, Brent.
No problem.
I'm back.
There he is.
Back.
Sorry about that.
Flavored cookie with Smarties.
Love it. He could have dropped some of those off here for us.
Wish you were here.
Yeah, so do Annette and I. All right, so Chief's budget. Anybody want to start us off? So you all saw the 33,000 for radios. That money is coming from the efficiency fund. I just had one question about PPE.
Mm-hmm.
You've only spent $536. Did you have like a?
We need to order bunker gear, but with the COVID crisis, people aren't visiting to do personal measurements. So as soon as we can get a representative from the company to come and visit us personally, that's why we haven't spent anything yet. I'm kind of waiting to more restrictions are lifted before we get a personal visit from somebody to size us for bunker gear.
Okay, same with materials and supplies. You've only spent 1,800, but you've got 30,000 budgeted.
Yeah, there again, we've got some renewal to do. Same thing. We have suppliers that are working from home right now, and I do have things that we need to purchase this year. It's just a matter of it's going to be a slow process getting back to getting people back in the office, getting suppliers being able to help us out. So that money will be eaten up with some renewal this year.
Okay.
Before we go too far, Dave, I'm going through that radio thing. I'm
Mhm.
fine with what you were talking. Do you think we should do some seriously thinking about replacing that repeater and stuff? Or-
Absolutely. I could hardly hear you there, Jack. You were
Oh,
very
sorry.
broken up.
Sorry about that. It could be mine. I'm just looking at what you put together for the radio. You left out a few of those items that you were thinking about doing, like recommendation number 7, I guess it is. And the last recommendation, is that correct? Are the numbers add up?
Yeah. So what I did do is this is a replacement for all the handhelds, replacement for the mobile radios and trucks. This will replace the actual main paging station up in Flymount.
Okay,
This will also replace the Parrot repeater that's at the water tower.
okay,
What I did omit was he had suggested, and he threw it into the estimate, vehicle repeaters. So sort of like what the police have, where a repeater is actually attached to the truck. I don't think we need that. I think our truck radio, we have good strength in our mobiles. We rarely have issues where we can't talk from a truck.
okay.
The way it's set up. So I thought that was $13,000 that we probably didn't need to move forward with right now.
Right. And the last two, you didn't implement either then, right?
Pardon me?
The last two recommendations, are they included in it? So you left out was the 13,206? Is that the one?
The 13,206 is the last recommendation's Public Works, if they wanted to jump on board.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And did you run that past Jason at all or not?
I briefly talked to them about it, and they don't really have their needs are different than ours. You know, we've got dated stuff that we're having a hard time communicating in and out of buildings, and getting range where we need it on fire ground, not necessarily the vehicles, right? So, but he didn't seem to have, this was quite a while ago I talked to him about. I haven't talked to him about it recently. But this was something that he didn't seem that he had too many issues with it.
All right. Okay, because if this is coming out of the efficiency, I'm just thinking we should get the best stroke for what we need, right?
No, absolutely. Yeah.
So yeah, I agree, Jack. Almost do it at once. So that's conversation I guess we're gonna have with Jason later today. Just ask him if he wants to jump on board.
The only addition, so we've got the 30. It's 31 and change if you take away the vehicle repeaters. This doesn't include the labor for our technician, for Doug, to program everything, install everything. We also, he strongly suggests that we build a better shed for the Parrot repeater at the water tower, because right now it's a box with a light bulb that heats it. So it's not exactly that's made.
That doesn't sound safe at all.
No, well,
Not
it works.
high tech. Not
But-
high tech.
No, it's not high tech, and maybe a candle we could put in there. But
But
I think what we need to do
repeater
is we need to build a proper small shed that's insulated to be able to house a new Parrot repeater in there, just to ensure that we're the assets protected. The nice thing about this as well is that this system has been around well before I joined the fire department, so it's very dated, but it still can be kept as a backup. I'm talking about the main paging system in the Parrot. I do have several people that are interested in purchasing our old radios. So there will be some offset for that as well. We'll be recouping some money for it from the sale. So
What's the operation range of that unit that's at the water tower, like the temperature range for operation, Dave? Is it like minus 30 or something, or minus?
yeah, it's very cold. Yeah. Yeah,
'cause
it shouldn't freeze. Yeah, the light bulb has been used for years.
Yeah.
It keeps it as long as it's as long as it has that kind of heat. But I think what we need to do is look at maybe some sort of solar type heater if we do build another shed for it, or something that's a little bit more reliable.
Yeah, who knows when the light.
That would be efficient.
The only thing, like Dave, you get into solar, like anything that creates heat, that uses a lot of power, right? So that's the only thing you have to be careful with when you do the solar. You might end up with a pretty big solar panel to generate a little bit of heat.
Yeah, true enough. I was thinking more like the ones that people have in their cars to keep their batteries charged up, that kind of thing, something small. Just to, but we can explore the options of how we would heat it. And if it's insulated, we'll be way better ahead.
Insulate it well, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, for sure.
So Dave, what would the total cost be?
Yeah, so my extra with paying Doug, he did a lot of groundwork prior to this. Paying him to do everything, we're probably looking at and building the shed, we're probably looking at about 3,000 extra for everything.
Okay, but that still doesn't affect the levy. We would still put all that under the efficiency fund.
So just for incidentals and whatnot, I would suggest maybe a number of 35. And if we don't use it all, then it just goes back to the efficiency or stays in the efficiency fund.
Okay, but it's not a whiteboard thing because it's in and out, guys.
And then Dave, just for line item 14-2000, it's a small equipment repairs.
Yeah.
For the 6301 and you budget for 5,000, what's on that line item?
I'd have to pull, I think some things have been put in there that shouldn't have been.
Okay.
I noticed that this morning as well. I'm gonna have to talk to Connie and pull the get my what's been entered onto that line, because we haven't had that many repairs. That's probably our SCBA testing was probably put in there, and that was almost $4,000.
Okay.
And that's a yearly thing that so I'll talk to her and find out what's that, but I guarantee that's in there. Right. And usually I would put that up into something with a little bit more meat, like materials and supplies or something like that. But I'm trying to, I want to open up this as a little bit more as well and have some more line items so not have a whole, an account that catches a catch-all account. I'd like to separate things a little bit more than they already are. And I did do that in the last couple of years. Add more accounts so we can more accurately track what we're spending, where we're spending it, instead of it just going into a general account. Right?
And then the decrease in your wages this year, Dave, is that mainly due to like less training so far, you think?
Yes. Yeah. We're the training and the maintenance. The online training is still being done. We're just not doing the practical part of it. So we're saving every month 3 hours times 30 people. Right. So our, and our call rate is down as well. Surprisingly, I know a lot of bigger cities, their call rates actually went up, but our call rate has gone down. That's partially due, I think, to our ban enforcement, and people are, maybe country people are, they're smart, right? So they're home now, and there hasn't been too many issues, so we're fortunate for that.
Dave, is there still any talk about the rural wells, the dry wells?
Yeah, but see, a big problem that I have in our business is that people just shut down, right?
Yeah.
So as soon as March hit and we start talking about, I did talk to Ralph Sell about it. He's back up and running now for the most part. But it's something that when everything goes on hold, it's kind of hard to plan for anything. And I thought, that was one thing that I really wanted to look at as far as the sufficiency funding as well. But it was something that I thought maybe took a back seat for right now, and the radio, our communications was more important.
Mhm.
If if we can just go back to wages for a sec. Vacation pay benefits, EHT and WSIB are all based on that number. So they're over budgeted.
They're based on the 140, Jen?
They're based on the 120.
140,
140.
on the 140, last year's number. Then they'd be based on the 140.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. I meant those numbers are based on the wage, so 120. So those 4 line items are actually over budgeted right now. And that's doing a quick calculation.
Good catch there, Jen.
Thanks.
So like, well, E is right.
I noticed back on the fuel, the 500.
Oh
we
my
took off
God.
of Dave, the 500 we took off of Dave, the actual come up to 5,000. Like, oh, I guess we'll have to leave a little bit on the.
We're gonna have to go back to horse and buggy.
I think so. Yeah. I got thinking of that after Dave, and let's live and learn, right? We're all learning this too. Or not all of us, but some of us. And I mean, certain parts of the equation are kind of presented to us now. So.
Yeah.
Dave, do you see any, your insurance is the same as last year, 2019. Everyone's insurance pretty much has been going up. Do you foresee, or have you talked to insurance to see if ours is going to go up?
Our insurance has been renewed already.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't see it in there as an actual value, so I'm not. And that would have to. We renewed our insurance, but it's not showing there.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, just because I know a lot of insurance has gone up recently. So.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't even touch insurance with Kevin's budget.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on.
On a couple things?
Yep.
Okay, so the vacation pay, yes, it probably could come down to 4,800 to 5,000. The EHT is almost dead on. I wouldn't touch it. The WSIB is not based on wages for the firefighters because it's a different volunteer policy. So
Right.
that has to stay. The insurance, yes, it's probably low, but there may be other areas that offset that. So
What about benefits?
I'm not like, what are those benefits?
I have no idea.
So
I don't know either.
do you know what those benefits are?
Me?
No, not you.
Or Dave, do you know what the benefits are? What's in that amount? Is that based off of wages? Like, I don't, that's I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
Sandra's nodding.
She's nodding, it's off of, so is it a percentage then?
Yes.
Okay, so it's CPP and EI. Okay, gotcha.
Oh, so it's way high then.
So it's way high, yeah.
Okay, so I'm taking 500 off vacation pay.
And frankly, mileage, we can probably take 500 off mileage because we have the SUVs and we don't have anybody claiming mileage.
You're taking 500 off vacation pay. Yeah, that can probably be, the benefits can probably come down to 8,000.
Where are they at?
9,600,
So I'm taking off.
1,600.
Yep.
Or 1,500 if you want it to be even. Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. That's good. 16. What was that benefits? Okay.
500 for mileage. The fire chief just said. You got that already?
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed.
Okay, did everybody get that? 500 off vacation pay, 1,600 off benefits, and 500 off mileage. All right. Anything else for the chief?
Memberships and training.
Did you hear that, chief?
No.
memberships and, where do you see that? Oh,
Okay, so
oh, yeah.
memberships are OAFC and CAFC.
Okay.
So are they paid for the year? Like, is that 500? Is that all it's?
I'd have to, the bills come in different times. So I'd have to check it with Connie to see, I forward them to her, but they do come in at different times. So I'm not sure if they're both paid yet or not.
Okay.
Um,
And training, is that, I know that we spent 13,000 last year.
yeah.
I can see that, but there's 4 in there now and there's 8,000. Is that, like, are you expecting to do something at all, or?
Well, I'm hoping that we're, before this year is up, we'll be able to send people to courses and whatnot. It all depends on what opens up outside of our township as far as that goes. Part of that training as well, I believe, was the cost of the Northeastern Fire Conference, I think is in there as well, that we're still waiting on reimbursement. That they haven't made a decision yet what they're going to do with all the departments that invested in that. So, and that was 1,300, I believe.
Is that mandatory training, Dave, and that the remaining items, like the remaining numbers and values in that budget, is this all mandatory training, or is this extra training?
No,
and
extra.
educational?
Extra.
So it's extra.
Yeah.
So then there's room. So really, it's not a necessity that we do it this year.
No, we can take some ways. We can probably take away realistically from that.
Okay. How much can we take away?
Well, if you were at,
Tim's laughing.
like, I just don't want us to have opportunities, like later in the year that we can't capitalize on. It's one of those things. If we have people that want to do it, they're available to do it. I'd prefer to have that, but
as you know, times are tough for a lot of businesses and stuff. So if it's not mandatory, then in all honesty, in my opinion, it's not the year to do it. So like I would rather see us just do mandatory training, educational. And you know why? If we have more money in your like reserves or balance for going in next year, then I'd be happy to put some towards education. But especially this year, I think we should just try to limit to just mandatory.
So you could probably take two off that, and then.
Yeah, and anything that's basically non-essential in the municipality, this budget is pretty well what we have to focus on, right? Like, to remove. I mean, definitely not the year for gravy.
No, for sure.
So that leaves you with about 1,700, and then that 1,700 will cover any mandatory training.
Yeah, I would say it probably would.
And you might still get the 1,300 back?
I was just going to say, he might get the 1,300 back.
So then realistically, you could take off 3 there, Dave?
Might get the 1,300 back from.
But what if you don't?
I know. That's the problem, Brent. What if he doesn't get the 1,300 back?
Have to find it.
Yeah, like realistically, I don't think we're going to be doing much outside stuff this year. We're halfway through the year already. It would be nice to have a little bit just in case there was something. Like, I'm thinking more. We do have courses like investigation courses and inspector courses coming up that people do want to take, and that's something that's inspector for sure is something that's I wouldn't call gravy. I would call that's something that we're required to have. So I would leave a little bit there just so that if we want to bring another inspector on board, a qualified fire inspector, then we have some money there to do that.
Yeah, so 2,000 is good.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else, guys?
I do have something. I need to find out where I've been talking to some of our fireworks guys, and kind of need to know where we're at as far as dollars and cents go. What are you going to authorize for us to go forward with as far as fireworks?
So if memory serves, when Caleb ordered last year, he upped the budget, or we upped the budget so that he could buy more electronics. Dana's budget is actually the next one. And so what do you think Caleb needs just for fireworks?
Well, it depends on what kind of show we want to have, right? So,
Same as last year or better?
Can I say that we're probably not going to be putting anything at all into bouncy castles or anything like that, right? And
Absolutely not.
It's one event that I think we can maybe try and shove forward because it's probably one of the most important dates in our calendar year, right? So I'm for putting a substantial amount towards the fireworks because there's not going to be much fun for people in the community like the stuff they used to be able to do, and I think we should give them a good bang with the fireworks.
So can we agree on 5,000?
I was thinking almost the full fireworks amount that Dana had requested for the Canada Day fireworks. I think it was like 6,600 or something like that. Jen?
6,800, but do you think he needs that, Dave?
I think, 5 would put on a good show because I don't think we bought 5,000 worth of actual fireworks last year because we did upgrade our deployment equipment. But I think 5 would probably be, it's entirely, I think 5 at minimum, if you want to do more than that.
Jen, is that 5,000 plus the 1,200 that the federal government gave us?
No, that would be 5,000 including.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm whatever. If $5,000's going to put on a good show, same as last year, then that works with me. If we need another $500 or $1,000, that's fine as well.
We set the bar very high last year, but I don't want to go below that bar.
Yeah.
Okay. But
like I say, there's not going to be a whole pile of other activities going on. So, I don't mind, like I say, squeezing a little more into that to give somebody a little bit of enjoyment, right? Because even a lot of the seniors and stuff, they move themselves to the windows and look out and look at that, right? So they all enjoy that on Canada Day, right? So I think we have to do a good show for us.
So do you almost meet in the middle and put $6,000? It's at 6,800. Put it at 6,000.
Why don't if I could suggest something? When they set up, the amount of fireworks has to equal the amount of tubes that we have.
Okay.
So why don't I find out exact number of the number of fireworks we could actually, because we can't reload afterwards, right? So once it's set up, it's set up. So let me check and see just how many tubes we have and how that equates to dollars. And then I can get back to council on that. And if you'd like, and then we'll know a definite dollar because we can't keep extra and we can't obviously buy too many because if we run out of tubes, we'll have extra. So is that fair?
So yeah, absolutely. So I would say that when we get to Dana's budget, we'll just bypass fireworks for the time being.
Yeah.
We'll just leave the number that's there for the time being. And then we can
For now. But there's no way Caleb's going to need that much.
No, but we'll leave the number so then we know what we have. So we're always going to be in better shape than what the
Yep.
number is.
Yep.
I have 3 more questions.
Oh, Annette has 3 more questions.
So just building maintenance, payments to other and our expenses. Those are the only other 3 items that, like, maybe there's stuff planned or stuff you know about, or maybe it's just there because it could be. So
Chief, did
So
you?
payments to other fire departments are our first response agreement with North Algona. That fluctuates heavily. It all depends on how many times they get called out for us in our township for first response. So I don't know. We can take away from there, and if we need it, we'll just have to find it later on. Right? It's been quiet right now, so we could shave that in half if need be.
Okay.
But also going back there, guys, to the fireworks deal, North Algona Wilberforce contributes to that as well. Do they not give us a bit on that?
We asked them to partner.
Last year, I thought they sent us like 1,500.
Yeah, I thought they did too.
So like that's like I say, so we can actually see the right numbers if we know what's coming in, you know, like, are they willing to contribute to that again? You know, that's, I would like to see them do it. So.
I wondered about building maintenance as well. Did you have something that you wanted to get done? 'Cause-
Well, we did have a plan of fixing the approach pad at the Foymount Hall. The concrete there isn't that.
Right.
So, and it's to the point where there's a gap, and in the wintertime, the wind comes in, right? And you know what? Trying to heat an old building like that with a
Yeah.
open door. So that is something that I wanted to try and tackle this year. Have somebody fix that pad for us up there.
Okay.
And the building maintenance is it's anything, right? If we have a door, springs in the door in Eganville, they're constantly breaking. That money comes out of there, right? That's we're the landlords, and of course it's the paramedic service that generally use the doors more often, and the springs break, right? And I think we need, you know, we don't have new buildings, and I think we need to have a little bit of money there to fix them.
Mhm.
Need be.
But you're saying I can take 2,500 out of payments to other fire departments?
Yeah, I just hope we have a slow year.
What about the fire prevention, Dave?
Yeah, fire prevention, there's more that should be on there. I've ordered supplies that don't equal that amount. So there are other expenses that aren't reflective in, at least in my last report here. You know, I hate to take away from prevention, but I doubt we'll be going to the schools this year. So, yeah, we're doing most of our prevention right now online, right?
Yeah, I'd hammer it. Yeah.
That's the problem.
Messaging, yeah.
We're messaging online. We're not messaging in person right now. So it all depends on next year. Like I'd love to get out to the schools once they're back in session, if they're back in session in September. But that's something that, you know, this year we probably could reduce that.
Take 1,000 off it or something this
We
year?
could probably take more than that, Jack.
2,500.
You could probably cut it in half.
Okay.
We probably could, right?
I think we have, I'll go along with 2,500, but I think we have to be careful, because I think the prior fire prevention effort is maybe a part of the reason why we're having low calls. You got to keep pounding at people.
Yeah.
But for ramping up our online game, and we're also adding in 6 newsletters a year, like a year to residents, I think that's definitely helping as well.
Definitely.
I'll tell you something. Lorna Felsky is doing an amazing job at messaging on social media.
Yeah, absolutely.
She's a rock
She's on
star.
the ball, for sure. She's on the ball.
What's that, Tim?
I said she's definitely on the ball.
She sure is. All right.
The last one was the MNRF,
Oh, MNR.
which I know is a point happen, does it not?
Yeah, I wouldn't take that out.
That's actually low.
Yeah.
All it takes is one aircraft and you're
Blowing
10
that,
times that amount.
costs that much to fly one from North Bay down.
Yeah, pretty much. We're fortunate we have very little municipal protect crown land. More often than not, we would be sending them a bill as opposed to them sending us a bill. But, you know, if something did happen, we do need some money in that account for sure.
I think we're very fortunate with these red pine plantations that we don't have a mess there someday.
Definitely. Yeah.
Speaking of red pine, that's what I have on right now.
That's fine.
Okay, guys. Anything else? Nobody going once, going twice. All right, Chief.
Oh, can I just ask one question? When you after you talk to Jason, can I kind of sort of get a timeline as to when to get the ball rolling with Doug? with the that radio system if we're good with that. Because he's going to need some time, and there's a lot of equipment there. So if Jason has no interest, then I can start talking to Doug, having a conversation with Doug.
Certainly, we can make that happen. Yeah.
You could probably go ahead and talk to Doug about the radios and everything already, Dave. Your stuff, right?
Right.
Not a difference. It's just going to be an added piece that
Add a
Doug
piece
has to
down the
order.
road. Yeah.
Yeah. And again, doesn't touch the levy. So I would say go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Great.
So thanks for giving blood. You've given up $9,600 of your already lean
Can't believe
budget.
it.
We appreciate it. And thank you, Tim, for not cutting the full budget. You're a good man.
His gas is good this year.
I took all my frustrations out on Kevin this year, Dave.
That's right.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Take care,
thanks,
Dave.
Dave.
Bye.
So guys, we're now at 226,957.
226, 957.
957. Sorry, I should probably not be talking to the whiteboard. I should be talking to you guys.
That's all right. I can turn you up and I can turn you down if I have to there, Jen. So it's no problem.
Are we taking a 5-minute break, or do you want me to go get Dana?
Do you guys want a 5-minute break, or do you want Annette to get Dana?
I'm trying to find Dana on the report here. I know I've gone over. Community
Yeah, maybe take a, yep.
I just have one thing there, Annette. I might, because I'm losing, for some reason I don't have wireless charging right now, so I might have to do a recall in, so don't go too far away from your desk when I call back in there, Annette. I'll probably do it just with the phone number there.
Yeah, okay. And I have, okay, yeah.
Is
Jen,
that
can we
okay?
just take like a 3-minute break?
Of course we can. Yeah,
Perfect.
absolutely.
Thanks.
Take a break, guys.
So yeah, if I call in, then you can rejoin me then, Annette, if that's all right.
Oh, we got Tim back.
Yeah.
Good.
Hey, am I here?
You are there, Tim.
Okay, I'm just hooked up just through the speakers here right now. There's no video, so I can charge up again. So.
That's okay.
So my
Okay.
mic is off.
I'll just review the numbers after every department head.
Thank you.
Oh, so I don't.
No,
But if you can't hear, you go ahead.
What, Jen, what page are we on?
it's Dana is after the yellow sheet, Merv.
Okay. I know I reviewed it, but
Right after Dave's,
Yeah, they're in order.
Yeah, whoever prepared the binders did an exceptional job, so I just want
Yeah.
to thank you. Like,
Seriously.
fantastic. Yeah.
Much easier to follow along.
Oh, I agree.
That would be our awesome CAO.
It's perfect. Thanks, Annette.
All right. So, Dana. Well, number one, we're taking away bouncy castles.
Okay.
I think everybody agrees it's just not going to happen.
So Canada Day.
Guys, what do you think?
Yep, fireworks
those-
stay the same.
Fireworks, but not bouncy castles.
Correct.
And we may shave the fireworks. We're just not sure yet.
Okay.
Dave is doing some investigation with Caleb, who is he's the keeper of the fireworks.
Yep.
So we'll let you know on that.
Okay, because that was going to be my question, because I wasn't sure, I was going to touch base with Dave, because I wasn't sure if his guys had already started to order.
No, they were waiting on us, but so what council is saying, and I think Tim said it the best, we set the bar last year and we don't want to go back from that.
Yeah.
But the problem is we only have so many tubes, and Dave was saying they could be loaded. So he doesn't think that, he thinks it'll be about $5,000, but we don't want to do anything just yet.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. Okay, so we're removing the.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think
Well,
it's what, May 15th? Yeah. So it's just not happening. All right. I had another, and we don't know about Taste of the Valley.
no, they haven't made any decisions yet.
Now, wasn't some farmers markets going to be allowed to go, or did I just hear that somewhere?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think farmers markets are allowed to go, but I think they're also encouraging them to do an e-commerce platform at this time. So yeah, the county, the word from the county right now is just what they've put on their website is to stay tuned.
Okay. I did have a question about the newsletter. You have 2,600 for the newsletter, but in the council, but communication.
That's right. So the BV newsletter is currently out of communications. Just, I wanted to factor it in so it wasn't forgotten. So I didn't know if you were going to put it as part of the community development budget or leave it as part of communications.
Oh, I think it's 6 of one, half dozen of another. Let me just go back here. Sorry, guys, just bear with me.
Like I said, I just didn't want it to get overlooked if that was.
Okay,
the
so-
direction to go forward.
Yeah, so let's leave it in communications. We've got 2,500 budgeted there, so I'm going to take that 26
okay.
off, okay?
Yep.
Thanks, Dana. Did everybody get that, 2,600?
Yeah. And you take the 5 off too, Jen, for the bouncy council?
Yes, I took 5 off as well, Jack.
Okay.
Oh, that's a 0.
And what are we doing for the Taste of the Valley?
Hey, this is the, hang on just a sec, okay?
Where is it under communications? What page is that?
That's under council.
Page 5,
Yeah.
5?
on page 5.
So I think the question that Jack just asked is the salient point. What is that 5,000 for Taste of the Valley?
We weren't sure if we, because of it being our first time hosting, I'm not sure on the response coming in. We thought maybe we would have to purchase some, like rent some porta potties, just because the numbers that Taste of the Valley events usually get are, you know, couple thousand people, right? So we wanted to make sure that we had enough things like, obviously, toilet supplies, porta potties, communications about Taste of the Valley, whether we were going to purchase some radio ads with that. So anything that was encompassing.
Are we hedging our bets here, whether or not it's going to take place?
I don't know at this point.
What are we gonna? Yeah, it's kind of tough. Are we even gonna get people that's gonna come out to a mass event like that? That's
exactly the question I ask. Are people even going to attend?
Well, looking at the way people are lining up at Country Depot and other places for stores and stuff on the weekends, you know, all these places that are open, from what I gather, I don't think that you're going to be too shy on people attending things right now.
Well, I'm not sure that I'm.
No, it's not that I want to, you know, do anything outside of the boundaries of anything. But I drive by Costco and I see it's just plugged at certain times of the day. Anything that opens, it's almost like people are cooped up for so long that they're going out regardless, right? So it's I don't think you're going to see a problem with numbers of gatherings right now.
Well, and I guess
open something up, I think they would.
Well, and I guess the thing is if we put the $5,000 and keep it there, and if the event goes forward, we make sure it's an awesome event, especially since our small businesses have been hammered for the last 3 months, and there's no coming back. So we get more people to the town. That's that's the best way to support actually our businesses in town and the people. So.
And that's what I'm getting at, guys. That is a big bonus for our area if we can get that rolling. Of course, safely. And I do believe if we do have the option at the time to go ahead with it, I believe we're going to see a fairly good showing of it for sure.
Okay, so do we want to leave that 5,000?
Yeah, I would like to see the 5,000, leave it directly for the Taste of the Valley. But if we could have a breakdown of maybe how expected, like if it does go ahead, like where those costs could be associated with, I'd like to see that at some point on a report.
Sure.
Yeah, Dana's saying sure. So the only other question I had was the events. Obviously, 5,000 of that 7 is Taste of the Valley, but the other 2,000 was St. Patrick's Day, Easter egg hunt, Halloween. Are we doing anything?
It all depends.
I know.
Like I don't know what to say at this point because, you know, if we get the go ahead, I certainly would like to go ahead and do those type of events. But at the same token, I totally understand if the province and ourselves are not in a position. So
Could I cut that in half?
sure, I'll compromise.
All right, so I'm gonna take $1,000 out of events.
Then I guess the only remaining one that I had questions on was just on the actual economic development strategic plan.
Yep.
And in my opinion, what are you planning to use it for, Dana? Like, what are you planning on doing for the economic development strategy?
So it is a strategy that we would hire a consultant. We're waiting on, we've submitted 2 funding applications for it. So that would be the contribution that the municipality would have to kick in. But we've actually already taken that out of the dev budget and we're going to float it through. If we get approval for funding, we'll put it under the efficiencies.
So me personally, in all honesty, if the funding goes through, I really don't want to see any money coming from the efficiency fund for it. And I'll give you my reason why. Really, if we're going to create an actual economic development strategy, we can kind of do it with a common sense approach. For example, you can drive through the downtown corridor, you can drive through a lot of stuff. And really the biggest problem with our municipality is people not actually redeveloping their properties, their buildings. That's really the main problem. So like in my opinion, we don't need to hire a consultant. Like I sit on the EACDG, I can ask all 25 business owners what the main problem is. Like how I look at it, if we really want to develop our town, we have to encourage the owners to do stuff. And really, if people are going to sell in their vacant buildings and let it crumble, then that's their choice. But really, that's the problem with really getting an economic development strategy going.
Okay, so this is a conversation for a later date because it isn't on the levy. Just so that everybody understands. Like even if we take that 10,000 away, there's a revenue stream that we would be taking away as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so, but definitely a conversation for another time. All right, did anybody else, I like your sly way of letting us know you had a 22.38% decrease. And thanks to COVID, now you're more like 30. So did anybody else have anything for Dana? Okay, so Dana is given to the cause $8,600. And Dana, we will let you know about that remaining firework budget.
Sure.
Okay?
Yep.
All right, anything further for Dana? Okay, thanks Dana.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Jason's not on till 1.
Okay, let's do council. Okay, so guys, we're now at 218,357.
I can get standard.
Yep.
Thank you.
You guys can't see this board at all, can you?
Nope.
We tried turning the light off, but yeah.
Are the blinds all shut, Jen?
Well, I opened them because it didn't make a difference.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, we were playing with everything, Jack. The shine you're seeing is actually bouncing off the lights.
Okay. What if you turn the lights off? Then you guys can't see, I take it.
I know, that's what we tried. We've been playing with it since 8:15.
I just have to turn my microphone on when I can't hear me.
Okay,
So it's a little bit echoey for everybody, but it's not crazy.
okay,
So I will only turn my microphone on when I speak.
perfect. All right, so let's do legislative, page 5. The first thing I want to touch on are education seminars and workshops. That 3,700 that's already spent, that's partly Roma, correct?
Correct. And I'm hoping to bill the county for your portion.
Awesome sauce. Okay, so how much would that be? About 2 grand?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to assume that we're gonna get that 2 grand. And so all we need in that fund is a little bit of money for AMO, but no hotel. So Tim, were you gonna participate in AMO virtually?
No,
You're not going to at all?
no.
But then you won't be able to vote.
There'll be enough people. I'm assuming that Tim won't be the only person. So,
But yeah, I was kind of hoping just to almost like slash that budget entirely, in my opinion.
yeah, I know, that's what I'm about to do, but I need $600 to go to AMO.
Oh, okay. So,
So
just add 600 on the 3772.
No,
That's
the
600.
3772, take 2,000 off.
Yeah,
Okay.
so 17 plus 6,
That's right.
2,500.
Okay.
So, but I agree with slashing the rest of it.
Yep.
Yeah, get rid of them for sure.
Okay.
So what is that? That leaves us 5,500.
Yep.
5,500.
And then I'll wait till Jen's done.
Sorry.
No worries. And then just for what goes into council benefits? Like, what is that line item?
That's
I was wondering what that was too, for sure.
that's CPP, NEI.
Oh, okay. No, I think it was just a clarification.
Yeah, we don't get benefits.
No, and that's what I thought. Yeah.
Okay, so the next line is materials and supplies. We're halfway through the year and we haven't even spent $1,500. I don't know what else we would possibly need. We don't need laptops. We don't,
I was going to slash that entire budget, the remaining item. I think it's like 4,562.
Well, so let's just take it to 2,000. So let's take 4 off.
Yeah, take 4 off. Sounds good.
Yep.
And the other item is donations. So we have committed 4,000. Everybody saw in Kevin's budget. We've said that we would take 4,000 out of that budget for Opeongo Park for the play structure. So realistically, again, we would be, just shy of 13,000. I think we can take the other 7,000 off.
Jen, is some of that amount allocated for the senior center? Is that where that's coming from for a line item?
No, the senior center is funded out of EGC.
We didn't fund them last year.
We didn't fund it out of EGC.
Yeah, so that was I thought coming out of donations.
Yeah, I think that's correct, actually.
So could
Well, we shouldn't be, but anyway.
Well, it's I don't know. We have to figure out how we can. We have to fund it somehow. So if it comes out donations or comes out a different line item,
Brent,
whatever. Yep.
the only reason it come out of EGC is because EGC could use it as a tax write-off, where the township couldn't.
The other thing is that we have a policy that we don't donate taxpayers' money.
Yeah, but I guess this is kind of a different
Donate last year.
institution.
Okay, well, I guess we'll revisit that. I was really hoping to take,
You could maybe reduce it to 15.
Well, Jen, aren't they? Isn't the senior center only requesting? They're still requesting 7,500, so that'd still leave us with a pretty substantial amount to cut for the remainder.
not if you include 4,000 for Opeongo Park.
Oh, because what came out of the 6,343?
That would have been horticulture.
Yeah. Sandra just brought me some stuff, and there's like planter baskets and stuff in here. There's also contribution to Killer Richards for 5,000. Was that for the?
Yeah.
But if we're not doing it through EGC, where EGC can use it as a write-off, I don't believe in donating anything to anything outside of the municipality either.
I think that's 6,000 in there as well as for Fairfields.
For the senior center, because they pretty much duplicate that money across, and the amount that they provide for our
Oh, so-
township is phenomenal. So
Okay,
we
wait a
need to make
minute.
su-
Hang on. So the 5,000 is already in there.
Well, then where's the 4,000 for the park?
Well, we haven't spent it yet.
Yeah, but where's it gonna, it has to be on top of that.
Yeah, it's on top of the 6. So if you take the 6,343 and add 4,000 as though it's already been spent, because we made a commitment.
So if we're not paying Hillary Haggerty Richard to that 5,000, we could maybe take it to 15. Do we owe them another 5,000? Is that an ongoing thing?
No, that was a one-time deal, correct, Jack?
What's that? For
The
EGC?
5,000 for the watershed thing.
EGC, you mean? Or for what are you talking? what are you-
No, that we contributed to KHNR for the study.
Oh, yeah, that's just a one-time thing, yeah.
There you go.
Then I think it can go to 15,000.
Okay, so I'm taking 5,000 out of that.
So then what did we end up with the allocation for the donations then? Like where's everything going?
We're at 15.
15 to so the 6,000 for the senior center, which is
Okay.
probably what's already in there. The 4,000 for the play structure, and then the red, like there's flower boxes. There is the Sunshine Coach, which we have to give so that they get the
That's
the
in
money
gas
from the
tax.
province.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Okay.
Didn't Kevin have $9,000 for Upper Park?
he does, he needs 13.
Okay.
Okay, was there anything else in council?
Well, yeah, Jen, can you just clarify that a bit? So we're taking out of council, then we're going to give to the seniors? Is that what we're going to do?
We already did.
That's what the plan is, okay.
Yeah.
I believe that we have to, it's a property tax reduction for the senior
Okay.
center, so it like, yeah.
Well, they also need our like money, say from both the townships, Amherst and Bromley, same as North Laguna, to be able to get more funding, and they pretty much like 5 times what we all give them for, and it's a service for a community. So definitely have to support them.
Okay. Oh yeah, definitely want to support them, Brett. I was wondering where we should support them with. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, no, definitely.
You know,
Okay.
that's just my clarification. I don't mind supporting them, but just whatever way it works for the best of everybody in the municipality, where if you can get a write-off from a certain area, potato, right?
Then for meals, obviously, since we aren't really going anywhere, we just cut that entirely, would we not? Just bring your own meals?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like-
I was surprised that we didn't spend anything. I thought, oh, it must have come out of Steve's budget.
Yeah, I would just say just
Or-
cut it and everyone bring their own food if
Yep.
they ever do anything.
It's fine.
Peop-
Yeah, I mean,
We're in a recession, so and then mileage, we aren't going anywhere, so we aren't really doing any more training, so you might as well take the 388 as well out.
380.
What?
It's the difference on the mileage.
I'm
so
just
we
gonna
spend-
take 300 out.
300.
Oh,
Let's-
for the mileage.
Yeah.
Yeah,
300.
because it's 112, so we aren't gonna spend anything. So
You're taking 300 out of there?
Yeah, I mean, we don't charge for inside Renfrew County. I think that 112 was just Jack going to Brockville.
That's right.
and then communication, is that just our newsletter then?
That's the conversation we just had with Dana,
Okay.
because it was double budgeted. It was,
Yeah.
he budgeted and Dana did as well. Like, what is that?
And then obviously for salaries, so the only extra committee that we pay anything for is police service board, or is that getting donated back to the township?
Well, right now we're budgeted for it.
Okay, but
We
is
don't
now-
have- we've had one meeting so far, and that's about all we've had, so. It's
Oh,
everything.
okay.
So. We
We probably
that's
won't
that-
have another one for a while either.
Yeah.
The only question I have about salaries is, we get that, whatever, the COLA, the 2% bump up in October. But the other thing is, we're not charging for full day meetings. I'm just wondering if Sandra has an idea of what kind of savings we're getting from that. Like literally, we're almost halfway through the year and we're at 33,000.
So one of the questions I had was that could we not just pass an amendment to return ourselves back to, or when we got elected in for our pay and our salary? Like, can we not just amend it to save taxpayers money? To like put us back to like I'm $1,000 a month instead of being like the 2% COLA?
I don't think
I'm behind that for sure.
Yeah, it's
Like
yes.
and I guess like I know we're just minuscule like money and stuff, but when I look at them like frig, like the amount of people that are out of work right now are small businesses never going to get their money back. Like we should do our benefit for them because we're just doing this. Like this isn't our full-time job for a lot of us. So that's how I look at it.
I think though, Brent, we can find savings in the fact that we're not charging the full day meeting.
Yeah,
but
like last year it
but-
was 104, 248, and we have it budgeted at 107. Maybe you could come down to 105.
Yeah, but either way, I like moving forward for the rest of the year. I want to revert back to when we got elected in 2018, just back to our original salaries.
Okay, well, that's a conversation for the council table.
Is it not a budget? Is it not a budget item or?
Well, it's a bylaw, so we have to discuss it at council.
But can we
Okay.
not slash our budget right now or our spending on that amount, and we can see what we want to do with it forward, right?
Yeah,
Because I'm okay with taking money off of that as well. You know, like we take it off of Kevin, we take it off of Dave, we take it off of everybody else. And we can take our own money out of our own pockets right now. Can we not?
yeah, Annette is saying that we can take it down to 105 easy.
And like we'd be able to probably for the Wednesday meeting, we'll be able to calculate the numbers and see how much how much we can actually firmly slash from our, say, the mayor and all the money we get. So I'm just trying to. It's just a realization that people, their checks don't bounce sometimes, right?
Yep, I don't disagree with you. Okay, so I'm going to take 2,000 off that line item.
Yeah, go to 105 and then we can discuss it at council, Jen.
Exactly.
No, but the thing is, what I've heard a lot right now, guys, and you can probably support me on this, was we watched in the springtime how the feds went ahead and give themselves a boost, and right across. No, I'm serious, and the worst financial crisis we've ever seen. I think from the grassroots up, we can lead by example and show them that we're not just a bunch of people eating at the trough here, and lead by example. I mean, this is a good place to start and do it from. And I'd say go back exactly to like Brent said when we first got in. I didn't expect any raise, and I don't think we should be giving any raises or taking one in the 4 years we're coming through.
So what is our accumulation so far in cuts to the council budget, Jen?
$17,100. Yay, council.
So my only question is, the senior center did request 7,500. I was just wondering if we could allocate another 1,500 for the senior center, just because they're struggling like anyone else, and they provide a lot of travel for people going they just provide a lot of benefits to your municipality, especially a lot of self-isolation people around. So I was just wondering if council be willing to allocate an additional 1,500 towards it, and we can review it for next year. I just think there's a lot of people who are lonely right now, especially seniors. So I think if we can help them out, then that would be the best, in my best use of our taxpayer money.
So I just want to be clear that in the council donations, that's a reduction of the property tax. That's not a donation to them. So right now it's zero donation, but the property tax is being reduced by about 12,000 of that, maybe not quite 12, maybe 11,000 of that 15. So
I thought that's what it was used for.
Well,
Or we-
that's what's in there. There's about $11,000 out of that 15. That's a property tax reduction for the senior center for Fairfields.
No, it's
So-
not. I'm talking specifically senior center. So if it's senior center and Fairfields are two separate entities. So one we used to fund through the EGC. So where in our budget item is that coming from?
Nowhere. It's not there.
So then honestly, we have to find that money somewhere. Like that's if they don't get the funding from us, then there will be no support for seniors in our area, and that's a service.
Then I guess we're putting the 5,000 back in.
But then again, we're starting to fund individuals, right? Side of, I thought
You're
we weren't-
you're funding nonprofit organizations that provide travel to people. They're traveling to hospitals for cancer treatments. That's exactly who you're funding. You're funding people who are feeding people during this crisis. So in my opinion, we should provide money for them. And that's why, and that's my opinion. And that's
Yeah,
the best, and that's the best use for our community. I'm not taking money from committees. I put a lot of time in the EACG last year. I'm putting my money to I volunteer on my committee. And I think the best use for our money is to put it towards the senior center.
Also allows them to get
I have no problem giving it to the senior center. It's just we have to fall within our policies that we have set up as township, that's all. As long as we're not crossing over the line, that's all.
Yeah, no, I agree. And it's similar to Sunshine Coach. They get provincial funding as well based on how much municipal funding they get.
Yeah.
So there is a benefit to bringing provincial dollars here.
So what did they ask for? 6,500 or 5,000 or 7,500? Like what did the senior center ask?
I think they wanted closer to 8,000 this year.
I thought it was 7,500 as well.
7,500 is what they submitted to Generations, I believe.
That's okay.
And
So
what did we get last year?
5,000.
Can we split the difference and settle in the middle?
I think at this point, we've got 5,000 that I can put back into donations, and that's all we have.
Okay. No, it's better than nothing. I just want to make sure we had money allocated for it.
Like I said, I have no problem doing it as long as we fall within the policies and that we have set up for council, that's all.
What time is Jason on?
1 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. so we'll see. Do you want me to see if he's available for 11:30?
I think that's up to council. Just give me 1 sec. Oh, that did not work. Give me a sec here, guys.
Well, Steve's would be quicker. Steve would be available for 11:30, right?
Yeah, we could try that. Steve's would be quicker. Okay, so council has cut $12,100.
So we're putting that 5 back into donations?
Yes, Marv. So we now sit at 206, 257.
Can you repeat what we're at there, Jen, again?
Absolutely, sorry. We cut $12,100 and we are now at 206,257.
No, I appreciate that. I'm a visual learner, so I'm a whiteboard
That's
guy.
why I whiteboard. I'm so disappointed
Yeah.
that you can't see it. This is my masterpiece.
That's all right. We should have got you a black chalkboard.
Yeah, you would have been able to see it better. I love that council cut that much money. That's awesome, guys. You guys rock. Okay. Annette is finding out if Steve is available.
If not, we can move on to general and just move our way through.
Yeah, we could.
We won't get all the way through.
Well, I think that's what Jack's suggestion was. Yeah, Steve could probably be quick. Because Jason will not be. Perfect.
Sure, he said.
Steve said yes, he can be available, so he'll be on here shortly.
Perfect.
Oh, sorry.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Sorry, I tried to unmute myself, but I was still on the calculator.
Are you checking my math as we go?
Yeah.
Good. Tim's
Jen,
just because we can do fuel. Yes, Brent?
you're probably like the happiest girl in the world to be around people today.
You have no idea.
Yeah. Have you guys converted both bathrooms to female only?
Oh my God. Sandra, tell Brent what I just said at our last break.
Exactly that.
I said, can't we just have women and women? And Sandra said, well, Mark comes in every once in a while.
I've been using his.
Tim's going to be so excited because we're going to talk about fuel.
I was gonna say, where is Tim?
Dave didn't get 500, so Steve will.
Something's going on. Is that fire?
Sounded like it was, eh? Yeah, that's fire.
That is fire.
I don't know if it's our fire or if it's just going through. I think it's- Is that our fire department? Must be someone just going through. Yeah. Like, but did we give it to them this year? Or was that last year came out of generation, right?
Yes. And this year, I think the $6,000, I'd have to go look. I think that's the interim taxes
No, it is. So,
for this year.
but there's nothing in the generations budget this year.
No, I don't
No.
think so. I didn't check that. But that's
No,
where
there
it's
isn't.
come.
No,
We
there
haven't
isn't.
taken
Yes,
it out of the
correct.
township since
You're correct.
2014.
Right, but we're going to
I know.
this year because it's not out of generations this year.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I
No,
was just sure
that's
we were
perfect.
all-
No, it wasn't us.
Communicate from a different room.
No, I know.
It's like being at home. Like you can't.
Stop yelling. I'm not yelling.
So
We're just waiting for Steve. He's on, like, to the Zoom.
He's on his way to the Zoom.
he's on.
Oh, we'll never forget this year, that's for sure.
Mhm.
It's actually going quite good, to be honest. Like it's
Oh,
the technology is working really well.
Don't say that. I was fixing my buddy's truck there this morning, and he said, "Oh, that went better than I thought." I said, "We're not done yet. Don't even go there."
Do you have one more load to do there, Tim?
No, this will be it for the long weekend there. I'm just about at Haley's now.
That's good. Are you trucking the long weekend too?
No, everything is closed down there right till Monday or till Tuesday, so I actually get a long weekend too, so it's good.
And you can have a campfire, so that's exciting.
I can have a campfire.
Nobody is more excited about a campfire than me. So when we built the garage, we actually moved our fire pit to the front yard. And I bought this really cool metal ring, and it sits in, and then we put the rocks on top. and I haven't been able to use it, and I really want to use it.
Well, make sure you take a picture, Jen, and send it to us.
I will.
Oh, and another thing that's open too this weekend is rifle ranges, gun ranges.
Oh, Tim, Dave was going to phone you and ask you about that.
Well, it's part of the announcement. Rod and gun clubs are allowed. I haven't seen yet whether the EDSC is actually open or not, but if the range decides that it wants to, it legally can.
Yep, but he wasn't sure if the keepers of the operation would want to open or not.
I mean, I don't see any harm in it.
I don't
Everybody's
either.
outside.
Exactly. Hi, Steve.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah, just waiting for my stuff to print out here. Okay. I'm ready.
Okay. Let's start this off. Steve, why is it that in your wages you've got $31,400 budgeted, but you've only spent $6,300?
Because I haven't left the house a whole lot.
Okay, so can we cut that wage budget?
What's going to happen as we go along, we'll see that the emergency management is going to probably triple from where it is. I'm still putting in the same amount of hours. It's just that at the end of the day, they'll be coming, instead of coming out of bylaw and animal shelter, most of those hours are going to end up coming out of emergency management instead.
Okay, but you've upped your emergency management budget as well.
Yeah, so far. We haven't got everything sorted out yet.
No, I understand that, but it seems like you've got a lot of extra wages going on here, considering that your wage budget for CMC was $12,000 last year, and you've got $20,000 budgeted, and you've spent $5,000.
I don't know that I can answer that. We've been on the timesheets. They've been heavily weighted towards the emergency management. I really can't answer that at the moment.
Sandra, can you answer it? Yep, she's nodding at me. Can she hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, if he's gonna go heavier in emergency management, he could reduce one of the other departments, right?
That's what I'm saying.
But if you look at the actuals right now, Sandra, like Jen was saying, he's only spent 6,300 in bylaw and 5,000 in emergency management.
Yeah, we're only 2 weeks away from June here. We're halfway through our year, right?
This is
And
what
health
I'm
and
saying.
safety- And health and safety is 5, so like he's almost used up all his health and safety wages, but
I would just think that I wouldn't change CMC at all. Obviously, that's been our biggest thing this year. I also wouldn't change that 8,000 in materials and supplies for CEMC because we didn't budget enough, I guess, in benefits for CEMC. So that's going to sort of play itself out. But I would say that we could probably reduce bylaw by about 10, and I would say animal shelter by at least 7,500. I don't know how everyone feels about that.
So I would just say that last year, if you add up the actual wages, all the columns, it comes to about 75,000. If you add up all the columns this year, it's about 80,000. So you could probably like maybe cut, again, there'll be 2% on, you know, because every year it goes up. So you could cut some, but I wouldn't cut $10,000 because I feel like you'll be short.
Okay, can we cut 5,000?
Possibly, yeah.
How does everybody feel about that?
It's a really strange year, Jen, and we're just heading into summer. We don't know what the summer is going to look like. as far as bylaw and animal shelter goes. We can certainly, the numbers are certainly going to switch around a whole bunch, but where I had a real difficulty was trying to figure out how long the emergency is going to go on, and how long those wages should come from a different department. So I'm really confused this year, even myself, because as you know, I usually the formula is usually pretty simple, at 45% on bylaw and 35% on the shelter and things like that. But because of the way this year is going, it's completely screwed up. I don't think we probably haven't spent not even 10% on shelter so far this year, probably down to about 35% on bylaw, but up to about 25% on emergency management. So I don't know how to make the numbers work. I know that at the end of the day, except for the sick time and stuff that's been going on lately, we're still doing 80 hours a week, divided up amongst those. And perhaps, I don't know if Sandra would have, if her fancy computer can break it down into percentages so far this year.
Well, I think the total would be like a 3,500 reduction to the total wages across the board. If it's 75,000 rate, like last year, 80,000 this year, your 2% increase on the 75, you probably could cut 3,500 from the wages, and that would be fairly comfortable, leave us enough room.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. You know, I'm not as everybody knows, me and calculators don't get along very well. But at the end of the year, we've got our what is it, 26 weeks, Sandra? 25 or 26 weeks? We've got our 26 weeks at 80 hours a week. And that's, to me, because I know nothing about finance, that's the number that counts. Where the percentages fall out on the budget is like magic to me.
Okay, well, I'm still extrapolating our actual values as at May 8th as compared to the budgeted wages. So I just pulled 3,500.
Yeah.
I was gonna do 3,000, but thanks for doing the math, Brent.
As long as my paychecks don't bounce, I'm okay.
Just every second one, Steve.
So that also reduces benefits, right?
Not that much, though, Ken.
Yeah. No,
Not that much. It's not worth it.
No, it's not. You're right. Yeah. Yeah, I had it highlighted because I was planning to take 10,
Yeah.
but that's fine. Fuel. Steve, I don't think you need $5,000 in fuel. You're not going anywhere.
No, probably not.
Yeah, I had that.
We could probably cut that in half this year.
Perfect.
And as you go through all of the separate budgets, you will notice from 19 to 20, what I have done is, and that came back to us in March and had us start cutting. And I have there are no projects going on anywhere. There's no projects going on the bylaw enforcement, the sign replacement program, all that kind of stuff is gone. The animal shelter, the replacement cages are gone. Health and safety, of course, we've got the only stuff in health and safety is stuff that we spent prior to the 1st of March, and there is nothing else budgeted for this year.
Okay. So what are you foreseeing in, so I had 3 other things, office supplies, legal fees, advertising under bylaw.
Those, they're still under bylaw, but I think you'll probably notice when that most of that stuff is being switched over to emergency management, because most of the stuff that we bought for bylaw and and everything else is all going over to emergency management right now. If it can be justified as being an emergency management thing, that's where we are putting it. And I'm putting it there for the reason that I'm hoping that by the August, September or something, that the government will be announcing that we can recoup most
Yep.
of our expenses. So
Absolutely.
if it even smells like emergency management, we're sticking it in there.
Steve, in your advertising line item, what mandatory advertising do we have, and what do we have remaining this year?
The only advertising that we do is in the spring we do the dog tags, which already went out, and then if any issue comes up that we have to advertise, that goes in there. But
What are these?
see a whole lot of advertising this year.
So can we not just reduce that to null? And if there is something needs to go out, we can add that to our council newsletter?
He's already spent $164.
I know, just the difference, Jen, between the 1,000 and 164.
Why not just drop it down to 250? And if something important comes up, then I'll just come back through council.
Drop it by 750.
Yep. Except now I've got sticky hands and I can't get this off.
So that's 750, I guess.
All right. Anything else for Steve, guys? There are some things we just cannot cut, like hydro, and you know, it's very frustrating.
Yeah, I really don't see.
Oh, I did have another question. What was repairs and parts?
Well, that really comes down to two things. Number one, of course, you have to remember that the truck I am currently driving does have 500,000 kilometers and does constantly require some repairs. You will notice on the other budget that Annette has made up that for the 18th time in a row, I have requested a new truck. So the plan had been, if council approved the new truck this year, the Chevrolet that I'm driving is going back to Public Works to be the fuel truck, which is only used occasionally, so that the Ford that they have in service can finally be taken out of service. We've had some issues with it. I've had complaints from the employees about the Ford. Jason tells me this morning that he thinks it's safe for the road, but I'm waiting to hear back from the employees on whether they feel safe driving in it or not.
Well,
So, whoever wants to go first there. The only thing I wanted to stress, guys, sorry, Jack, I can't see if anybody's up or down or, I don't think this is the year to be purchasing equipment that we didn't already have prior commitments to. Just being said, go ahead there, guys.
yeah.
No, I agree, Tim. Nobody's getting a new truck this year.
Yeah, and like, yeah.
Okay, so I do
Hang
have
on.
to say then,
Steve, hang on. Go
Yep,
ahead,
go ahead.
Jack.
No, it's just with the Ford, I know I probably would agree with Jason because I see the Ford out quite a bit with the hole patching. They're using the Ford. They have the thing on the back of it. And I know that Jason has 2 3/4 tons, so I really don't understand why the fuel tank is on the lightest truck. It should be on one of his heavier trucks to go and fuel up, but that's something we'll discuss with Jason when Jason comes up.
so the only thing that I will throw in there then is that because I have received the complaints from the employees is, and I know Jason is not going to be happy with me, but I am going to tell Jason that the Ford will have to have a safety check to ensure to the employees that it is safe for the road. Because even just last week, there's no floor in the Ford, and the windows were being held up with duct tape. So
So I think, wait a minute, aren't all of our vehicles safetied every single year?
No. I've had this argument. I had this argument for a couple of years with Bill, and still having it with Jason, that I certainly believe once a year should go through a safety check, but they disagree with me.
So I just want to clarify that they did work on the truck, I believe yesterday, and they repaired the floor and the window. So I thought that Jason was going to let you know that, Steve, but maybe talk to the employees and see how that goes. And we just lost him.
Oh, no.
Oh, you probably
I'll be talking with the health and
It's
safety.
probably a
rep.
whitetail. Okay,
I'll be
so,
talking to the health and safety rep, and we will be asking Jason to send the Ford up for a safety check to all trucks, just because the employees don't feel safe in it right now.
okay. So I'm going back to the 5,000 for your repairs and parts. What does your truck need?
This year, it's going to need a brake job later on this year, and just tires and routine maintenance. 'Cause
Okay,
it's
so you don't need 5,000 in this budget.
probably not.
So can I take 2 off considering it needs
Oh,
tires?
yeah, yep.
Yeah, if it needs tires, then, yeah.
Brake job would cost you probably 1,000, same for tires, so you got $3,000.
That's where I was going, Merv.
Yeah, it really depends on how the rest of the summer plays out.
Yeah, because if you're not driving, you're not driving, right? All right, anything further for, oh, I wish we had Tim back. I didn't know if he had anything else.
Yeah, legal fees.
Yeah, that was my other one, legal fees. You have 2,500
We
budgeted,
have, yep.
zero
have an open
last
case.
year. What's that?
We have an open case right now against CWM Waste, which is waiting for the courts to reopen so that we can continue with that case.
Oh, okay.
And office supplies.
And yes, and sorry, I meant to go back there. I've got it highlighted. And office supplies, Annette is reminding me that I put that out there as well. What other office supplies will you be needing?
I'm good right now.
Okay, I'm just gonna take 500.
Yeah, except when I go up to the office and steal, I'm good.
That's what I recommend you do.
So that was $500, Jen?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I got, oh, good. I thought I was like,
Nope, you're okay.
no, I'm good.
And the laptop's perfect because it's not showing that part.
Good.
So I just see on Sandra's also letting me know that the pound fees, I don't have anything under there, and we do have another revenue towards that. So
I am, the way, what's happening, and it's all across the board, not just us, but other shelters, we're noticing that our incomes from animal shelters are down 60 to 70%. And we're pretty much all on the same boat in that world, that it's because more people are at home right now. And because more people are at home, less dogs are getting loose, less dogs are running, which means less of that revenue. So the only revenue that I'm actually counting on this year is our municipal partner pound fees.
Yeah, but that, I'm sure that'll change.
The
better weather comes.
Yeah, Murph.
Your dog too.
Like we spent.
I got a question on livestock evaluation. The province is reimbursing us for the livestock that was killed, I presume. But
You'll have to talk to Annette about that, because
that's in and out. There's 6,000 in revenue and 6,000 in expense.
Yeah,
well, it's in and out.
yeah.
yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
so-
yeah, there's never an expense.
But Steve, in your budget, it looks like you've already spent $4,300 in pound fees.
Spent or brought in?
Spent.
Well, that would be Bonnechere Valley's portion.
Oh, so that's not a real number then, that's just a,
Yep, it's of all the partners, Bonnechere Valley, we showed on paper the same as everybody else.
okay,
We're
that
not
makes
cutting a
far more
check for
sense.
that.
Yes, but it's in there as a revenue as well, so you need the expense.
No, we're not in as a revenue. Oh, yes, we are.
So we have to add that to our 2020 budget then,
Yep.
Well, it's,
Or take it out. one of the two.
or take it out.
or take it out. Do we need
Yeah.
it, Annette?
Well, it's,
Sorry, it's in and it's out, so.
Yeah.
But it's also not 4,300, it's $44,020.
I
I can take out our revenue, or you want me to add the expense back?
It doesn't matter to me, but it's not the right number. Yeah. So it's 40/20. I didn't realize that Bonnechere Valley was in that. I thought that it was, that we just, paid ourselves.
Yeah, so we're gonna add back the 40/20 there.
I know.
I can call him.
Okay.
I don't have his phone number on. Oh, do you know what, you don't know?
Yeah, 639 5820. These markers are terrible.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice messaging system.
I don't know.
We lost him for good.
Well, his phone might have ran out of batteries.
He's in the abyss.
Try his other phone. There's another cell that he has with him.
Do you know what that number is?
Well, just give me a second. You want it to go in the air or not?
Oh, that's true. Can you text it to me? Do you have my cell phone?
Yeah, I have your cell phone. I'll text
But
you.
yeah, I probably shouldn't have said his number. I forgot. I'm just playing fast and loose here.
Oh.
Sorry about that.
I'll
That number's probably, that previous number you gave is probably on his, on the municipal website, Jen.
But I don't
Oh
think
yeah, it
that-
might be. Thanks for backing me up, Brent.
Hey, no problem. I'm a team player.
You are, you're a buddy.
Come on,
Let's be serious. No one's watching us 3 hours in.
Are we live streamed or we're just recording?
We're just recording, but by the time I post this, do you really think somebody's watching it this far along?
I don't know. That would be funny.
I'd be impressed if they did.
Did you get it, Annette?
Yeah.
Because I noticed he was using his Samsung 7, so I think that's his other phone.
Hi, we lost you.
I know, Annette. I just come past the Gators Pond. I'm actually just coming past the township office right now here. I'm back in service. I apologize. I didn't know it would go out on me like that.
That's okay. So, are you gonna call back in on this phone, or what do you want me to do?
Yeah, I just did a horn at you. I'll give that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
did.
we heard
That's
it.
funny. Okay, so I should hang up on you then, right now?
It would work if I could just listen in right now through this, and then when I get through the intersections and stuff, if that's okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna pass you over to Jen because it's her mic that's on.
Okay.
okay. My God, that's a big phone for such a little girl. All right, so Tim, we're just through Steve's budget.
Okay.
Just sorry to turn my back on you guys. We cut 3,500 from wages, 25 from fuel, 750 from advertising, 2,000 in repairs, 500 in office supplies because Steve just fessed up that he just steals his supplies from our office. But we had to add back in $4,020 as our pound fees.
Okay.
I missed the fact that it wasn't an in and out, and I'm just being corrected now. Okay, so that tally is $5,230. Did anybody have anything more for Steve? Okay. Tim, are you good?
Another successful year.
Yep.
Another successful year. Of course, I am right after this meeting. I am going to go and tear all the stuffing out of my teddy bear. You know, after 18 years of begging, but that's okay. Don't feel sorry for me. I wasn't looking for any pity or anything either, so that's the way it is.
That's right.
How'd your tree turn out though, Steve?
Oh, they were so fast. I can't believe how quickly they how quickly they tore that thing down.
Yeah, your crane was the talk of the town yesterday.
Well, there you go.
I wondered if it's why traffic picked up yesterday.
I drove by to see what was going on.
You're so nosy.
Oh, you have to.
All right,
Yeah.
so guys, this leaves us at $201,027.
Okay, thanks, guys. We'll
Thanks, Steve.
talk to you on
Be well.
talk to you Tuesday.
Wednesday.
Wednesday, sorry, yeah, for the council meeting. See you then.
Thanks, Steve.
Thanks. Bye.
We were so close to getting under 200,000.
Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, I missed that line item in the revenues. Oh, well. Okay, so Jason is on at 1 o'clock. So does everybody want to just take a lunch break now?
Yep.
Or do you want to see if Jason can come in at 12:30? Like what's everybody's preference?
1 o'clock to get me back home and stationary, if that's okay with the program.
Absolutely, Tim. It will be done.
What about the library? When are
I'll
you
come
doing?
back on the video feed if that's all right. And I was trying to plan my day so I could be back in for Jason and on video again.
Perfect. Then we will see you at 1 o'clock.
And are we doing the library today, Jen, or what?
Oh, yeah. Well, we can talk about library. I mean, they definitely, Tim, just stay with us here for a minute. They obviously slashed their budget quite handily. My only concern, of course, is that there's 18,000 in fundraising.
Oh.
Yeah.
Maybe that can come out of their surplus, as Merv was talking about.
But
That was
aren't
good.
they pulling 11,500 out of the surplus?
It's changed now, Brent, because we sent them back to the drawing board.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But it's still in the budget I have. It's showing that they're pulling out the 11,500. That's the one that's in our package, is it not?
Yeah.
But then they got their audited financials.
Oh, okay.
What Merv was talking about. So the library's ask is $1,769.37. I don't think they can do better than that.
What just a little bit of useless information. We had a meeting this week. What we're looking at doing is improving our accounting procedures with more line items.
And it's appreciated.
The other thing that we're looking at doing is to prevent what happened last December when we got a grant, a late grant, and it just got thrown into general revenues. We're looking at setting up an account, reserves account, and putting that money in so we know where it's spent, when it's spent in the following year.
Great idea.
Well, Merv, I'd also, just since you sit on the board too, I'd recommend to our library, so during the COVID-19, they did reading programs online, but all it was a book that's showing on YouTube. It's actually a free program. So really the question I had is, was that the best use of taxpayer money to have someone do something that's a free program online?
I don't know.
So that's a question to pose out because, for example, some of the books that are read online, you could find the exact duplicate for free, a free library program that's used by a lot of libraries, where some people during the COVID, they actually sat on a chair and actually read a book. All I'm saying is I would like to see how what they did since they had pretty much full staff during the COVID-19. And I just like to see kind of more details to make sure that the taxpayers' money was being utilized appropriately. That's all.
Yeah, we're looking at now starting up how we're going to start, whether it's going to be drive-through books or.
Well, end of the day, Merv, what I'd recommend if I was in your shoes is just we have our office staff back, so make sure they're back as well since we're paying for the service. So that's my opinion. If we aren't laying anyone off, then we have to make sure that taxpayers' money is getting utilized to the best appropriate that it should be used for. That's all. So that's why I'd ask of you at your next meeting to make sure that we're getting the best bang for a buck. It is a significant amount of money.
And libraries, I believe, can reopen on the 19th of May now, but I don't know if they've got their plexiglass up yet.
Okay, I was just gonna say that as of Monday, the library can reopen. Just Tuesday. I'm not sure that they have to have plexi.
They don't have to, but they were planned. Sorry.
Oh, but they wanted it.
They don't have to have it, but I know they had a plan to have it up. So if it's not up, they may postpone opening for a week or two, however long it takes to get that up.
So
anything else on library?
So Jen, I was just looking at this. From what I got in our package here, there's a difference of a little over $2,400 from actual.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yep. Yep.
And that's something that would be shared between both us and NOS, 70-30 or whatever it is.
That's right. That's right. That's the breakdown, Jack, that it was like 17 to us and the remainder was to NA.
Okay.
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 Okay, so it is 10 to 12. I think that we've made great strides here this morning. So I'm going to send everybody off to lunch, and I think maybe we should stop.
I'll pause.
You'll pause it?
I'll pause the recording, so then when we come back, it'll just blip it right through. So
perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
At 1?
Yes. At 1. Okay, everybody's good?
Good.
Thanks, everyone. Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you.
Tim, we'll see you in an hour. Okay, guys, so Annette's going to put us back on record. So while you were at lunch, Annette and I found approximately 50,000 to take from the budget. First of all, I don't know if we'll go back. This is in revenues. We have 9,500 extra dollars that wasn't budgeted for from in a grant line. And we did have 1.3% real growth, which equates to 42,519. So at this point, we are at 149,008.
Jen, speaking of revenues, are we going to go over that later?
We are.
Okay.
Yep. We'll do that when we do general government. We'll do Jason, general gov, and then we'll go back through revenues.
Okay.
Okay. Everybody's good with that?
Yep.
Do you like the 50 grand that Annette and I found? Back to 51.
That's good.
Who's counting?
no, that's good. That's good.
Okay, Jason, so we'll open it up. It was explained this morning that in your construction line, of course, we got that $751,000+ and our contribution is 83. We are trying to mitigate that number, but it was suggested that perhaps we could reduce the Manning Road project from 130 to 40. Is that correct for a pad?
Yes, if we can't do a single on it, I think to save the road, we need to do some padding on it. It'll just,
Okay.
it'll save the road, and then hopefully maybe next year we can, do a single on it. And all the oil would be out of any areas that we have padded.
Okay. I don't know how you did this, and I know that we're not in the ward system anymore, but it is pretty impressive that we have a project in every ward.
What are you talking about doing a pad on, Jason? Which one? What are you doing?
Manning Road, Jack?
Oh, Manning, okay, yeah.
Yes.
Can I just ask something, Jason? What happens if we postpone it entirely till next year?
There's a
Like,
good
is it
chance-
going to be totally destroyed, or are we going to be in for a double regardless next year?
It's just areas, Tim, that are starting to break up. And I feel if we do a light pad on them, it's going to save the road. So if we have to do a double on it, then you're looking at big money.
But are we going to have to do a double next year regardless, is what I'm asking.
It all depends on the winter, Tim. If the water gets in underneath, it could blow it all out.
And this is what I'm saying. Because we've had Augsburg budgeted or wanted to budget at Augsburg last year regardless, right, guys?
Yes.
We lost it because of what we seen coming from the top down with funding. So I really want to keep Augsburg on there.
Definitely.
It has to. It's kerfuffled, right?
Yep.
The thing is, with this grant coming for the bridge, we can't lose that either. And this is why I'm saying we could almost, if we removed Manning entirely, it almost offset what we're doing to our bridge contribution or help a big part of it, right? So, I don't want to see anything get deteriorated, but the thing is, if we only do a patch on Manning this year, are we still going to be in for something more next year? And that's what I mean. Why don't we do it right and look to put it in our budget like we did for Augsburg this year, and try and do a real good job on Manning when we're doing it rather than just kind of patch it. I don't know what everybody else thinks of that, but I'm the type of guy that says if we're going to do a repair, I want it to last for a long time. And it's one of those things where if we do it right completely, we can stroke it off our list for many years then, right? We don't have to worry about coming back to it for a while. Just a
I
suggestion.
also feel, you do it once, you do it right. But that being said, Jason, is there some patching that you could do this year just to get us through?
I think that would definitely hold us off. Now, Manning was done in 2008.
Yep.
So, it did quite well. It doesn't see a lot of heavy traffic. And, but it should have had another single over it, between 3 and 5 years, which it didn't get. But yeah, I think if we can do some patching on it, we'll be all right.
So could we leave you 10,000 in that budget?
Yes.
Is enough? Is it too much?
No, it's never enough, too much. Like you're looking at a lot of money for patch, right, per ton?
Okay, so is council already taking 120 out of that budget?
Yeah, as long as the 10,000 is going to get us into next year, then yeah.
Merv?
Yeah.
Okay, Jack?
Oh, yeah, as long as it's enough. If we don't want to rob Jason, if he figures he needs 20, I'd sooner give him a little extra than not, but once you get into it, you definitely, if we're going to patch it, you want to patch the bad spots so that you're not creating.
That's right.
But all your chances of, blowing apart, that's all I'm saying.
All right, so then are you all right with taking 110 out?
I'm fine with that, yes. And then, and just, what are we doing with Augsburg then? Jason, what's the plan with that? We'll wait till Jen comes back. Or
Sorry,
I'm just wondering, what is the plan with Augsburg? You have proposed 477, and then I noticed you have asphalt. What is it? To me, the difference in price, you'd be better off going with asphalt, but what's the general
Well,
consensus?
you're going to be down, Jack. You're only going to be able to do about 2.3. I think we can stretch out 2.3 kilometers of
Mhm.
asphalt. Now, the first 700 meters is going to be widened for, because we had some inquiries about bicycle lane.
Oh, okay.
What if we went with the existing dimensions of that road and did asphalt rather than try and go wider with that one, Jason? Because doing two kilometers on Augsburg Road isn't going to get you very far. Like you're talking about coming from town extension towards Augsburg from the existing asphalt that's at the line there.
That's right.
You'd end up somewhere around Dawson's Corner, right?
No, actually, we'd be almost at,
Jarvis's?
yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
but in that ballpark,
Yeah.
you're not going to get too much. You're not going to get to Augsburg, is what I'm saying with that.
No,
with
but-
that, yeah.
But you're not going to get to Augsburg anyways, because you're just doing 3 kilometers, right? Surface treatment.
Yeah.
That's what it says, right? So you're only get down to the gut where the old train tracks were probably.
That's exactly right.
So why wasn't all of Augsburg Road included, or like, what would the entire Augsburg Road from the stop sign back to the Eganville sign be? Did you ever do those numbers, Jason?
I did, yes.
Probably be close to $1 million if it's 477 for 3 kilometers.
be more than that, yeah, for
More
sure.
than that, because it's, what is it, 8 kilometers long, I think?
I thought,
6.3.
6.3. So
But I thought last year when we were doing budget that there was, we were in that 400 and some thousand range, and that included right from the stop sign back to there. And then we also were thinking about doing a couple little spots to repair on Silver Lake as well, was there not? Like,
Yeah, that was,
it really increased a lot since last year. Is that what's going on with our costs then, Jason, or what's?
there's a few more dig outs, Tim, that I feel we have to dig out and put the geocloth down and then build back up to the original height of the road. So from roughly about where Grease's driveway is, so at Jarvis's,
Yeah.
through down to the tracks, the way that's all breaks up and it gets very bumpy. I feel that has to be dug out and put the geocloth down and give it some good support.
Oh, it's absolutely, the base from there down is absolutely nasty. You can tell if you go over it with a truck, right? It just, there's nothing there. My opinion would be do as much as possible with asphalt, because I think once you hit asphalt, because that road is it's not what it was when I was growing up. I mean, the amount of traffic that's on that thing now, especially with the Golden Lake being the hot spot in the valley once they are going again, there is so much traffic on that road, right? So I would say it's almost as busy, or maybe even busier at times than the Fourth Chute. When was the last time we did a traffic count on that?
I don't have that.
Just to kind of give us, because if we're going to go with asphalt for the first two, we want to make sure that we're going with asphalt on a road that's being used a lot, right? We don't want to be, and we know it's used a lot, but we want to be able to tell the taxpayer this is why we're using asphalt, because of the amount of traffic that's on it. But I personally would love to see us go as far as we can with good material this year, whatever it may be with the budget people. And then if we have to continue on with it next year, we can, right? I would much rather see it done right and smaller portions than half-assed, and done it and then come back again in 3 or 4 years and try and do it again. So that's my opinion. I'd rather see asphalt.
so I need to ask a question that I ask every single year. Jason, this number 477, like, let's just use that instead of the fours. It's 470 grand. Are we using day labor for this?
Yes,
Okay, does this include wages or is this just materials?
this is just materials, rentals, and that's it.
Okay, because previous years we've seen that day labor is in wages, but it's also in the project. So I just wanted to clarify to make sure that we're not looking at, 100 grand in wages in 477, which could, really extend that, that project.
Yeah.
So we're looking at, if we do asphalt, Jason, you're looking at it probably 2.5-year project, right?
Yes, if we could get if we could do the 3 kilometers, Jack, but you're looking at over 700,000 with asphalt.
Yeah. But, no, but 2.3 kilometers, you said is 465, say, whatever.
Yes,
That'd be the same thing again next year. So then you'd be looking at 4.5. You almost got 3 years because it's almost 7 kilometers, we said, 6.8.
yes,
Yeah.
yes,
So you'd be looking at a 3-year project. But
yes,
still think with the amount of traffic, like I agree with what Tim's saying, there's lots of traffic going from there to Golden Lake, and there's a lot of traffic on that road. So it definitely worked. Because we can just see what happened when we did the Sand Road. You guys just did that a lift on that last year or year before, and it's breaking away at the corners now already, right? Like
yes. And what happened on Sand Road was there was areas that were padded
Yeah.
with coal patch, and you can see what's happening now already. The oil's coming.
And that's what I want to stay away from, because it's basically like buying a $2,000 can of paint for a vehicle that's rusted out, not doing the body work, spraying the paint on, and watching the rust come back out again next year. I don't support that, because that to me is wasting money, right? So if we're going to budget, we're going to budget for something that's done right, as far as I'm concerned on this, and do what we can afford with what council's discretion, of course, of the length of the project. And I'd rather see it do over a couple of years than that's the case.
Yeah, so I just want to go back to Manning. I want to call Jason that the padding's not going to look like Sand Road, right? You're not doing that type of padding on it?
We will, Jack, but at least if we do it this summer, it'll have a chance to pack in well, and all the oil will be out of it.
Right.
If it's packed in and all the oil gets out of it, it's not a problem to go over it with a single. So what goes on generally is, if we don't have the time to get you need at least 3 months minimum when you do padding, so the oil comes out of it. Like if we're only going to put maybe an inch on to cover these places over, that's not the big problem. It's when you put it on like 3-4 inches thick.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So that's my consensus. I'm in agreement with Tim on that. Augsburg Road, we should do with asphalt as much as we can.
Yep. No, I'm in full agreement, Jack, and with Tim as well. It makes more sense to asphalt, do it right, last longer, better. But no, let's just get it done.
Okay. So now, did you?
That comes down 13,466.
Because you're changing it to the 463,741?
Yeah.
Which, if somebody can give me I've been trying to look for I seen it last night and this morning, or last night, Jason's page with the breakdowns on the roads. Whereabouts is that in our book here, Annette?
It's under the gray, I think it's gray. Hang on a sec.
It's right
Just
after.
before the last yellow page, Tim.
Yeah, it's the purple one.
Just before the last yellow page.
Yeah. It's at the very
Okay.
I don't know if our pages are all the same, but it's just before the last yellow page.
Right before recreation.
Yeah.
I know I was looking at it when I said I had it pretty well. There we go. Thank you.
You good?
Yeah, we're good. We're back there now.
All right.
I was resorting from memory.
So obviously Bridge Street, we're not giving back $750,000, so that stays. Manning, we've discussed. O'Connor Road ditching, excavation of road. Silver Lake Road culverts and gravel. Does anybody have anything on those?
That's graveyard, right? You're doing the,
Yes.
Yes.
yeah, at mid-tags. No, I'm
Yeah,
fine.
the two areas there, Jack.
Are we gonna be able to fix that at mid-tags a bit?
You're looking at 105 to do them both areas.
So you're gonna put a little bit of pad on top of that then, or is it just gonna be?
No,
The
we would rip them up with the grader, change the culverts on both locations. I believe there's some stumps or stones that are giving us some problems in the base. So
Yeah.
we would actually dig all them out, spread everything out, and then give it a geocloth and some A-gravel.
I just heard A gravel. I don't know. It looked
Yeah.
way over my head. I'll leave it to the men to.
Then I would just, you'd just, whenever we did Silver Lake, we'd have to address the padding on top of it then, right? Or whatever.
Yeah, we would just do singles on them.
Oh, singles, okay.
So can we go back to O'Connor for a minute there, Jason?
Yes.
Is O'Connor really a high traffic road right at this point in time? Because I think there is no more, I think the forest products aren't using too much over on the other end anymore either. I think they're moving locations, like they're not doing as much there as they were.
That's right.
So is there a whole pile of, and it's not that we're saying I'm saying no to, the stuff on your list. It's I'm trying to prioritize with a smaller budget for this year, right? And there's 30,000 there on O'Connor. That one probably could that one wait this year? Because that one is just really ditching and stuff, and that's not a high traffic zone right now. And that's all I'm trying to focus on is our, and not like it's any less importance, but right now we have to kind of really stick to the meat and potatoes, so to speak. And I don't see the traffic numbers on O'Connor as I would on any of the other ones. Is that correct?
The problem with O'Connor is the chip trucks coming out of the post yard.
But the thing that I just said, Merv, is their most of their stuff now is done down on Baker there at the Highway 41.
Okay.
There's not a whole pile coming out of there now.
So Jason, what do you think?
Yeah, it can wait. It can wait. It was just something that we would like to have gotten finished, but that can wait, Tim.
And like I said, like this is open for debate, right? But I'm just trying to prioritize and get it into, like rather than jump back and forth, I would much rather see you continue on a few more feet up Augsburg with that 30,000 and try and divert your manpower into 3 different locations, right? Or start working up, maybe do a little bit more with the Silver Lake project when you're working on it. Just I'm trying to stay to the high traffic areas for this year, and we're all in agreement that like this is a tight year and it's going to be tighter again. Just to kind of keep going on forward with what the high travel areas are.
That would all be done with day labor, right, O'Connor?
Yes.
Is that what?
And we have gravel. We have gravel over at Claire's Pit. So it's just the trucking and grader and doing some digging. We want to just take that little bit of a snap off, just to get it leveled up, and it would suit then at the camp where their entrance is.
You got the entrance moved there, Jason?
They're going to actually be doing some work up there, Merv, and they're going to actually change their entrance.
Okay.
But if the whole plan was if we did the road, dug it out and got it longer, then they would have a better idea what they wanted to do for their driveway.
Okay.
But that's fine.
Oh,
Like if
it's just a matter of moving your day labor around. That's basically what you're doing here then.
yes, yeah.
And I guess that's the judgment on your call. If you have spare time, it's just instead of having the guys doing something like that instead of if it's just not enough work for them, whatever you're gonna do.
Yeah, no, that's right.
So but like I agree with Tim. Don't make it a priority. Move it down unless
Okay, so
Yep.
some late breaking news. We have more than hit we haven't hit the 300,000 target, but we are now in the black, $4,458.
Good, we can keep going. We have some,
No, I'm just saying,
yeah, if we have some
right
left
now.
over, we can always add a little more to Augsburg Road.
Add a little more to Augsburg Road or put it in the piggy bank for next year so we can tell Jason he's got a little bit to spend, right? So,
I would rather put it in the piggy bank for next year and do the 3-year project.
and I gotta tell you right now, the reasoning by putting it in the piggy bank, I'd like to have, you know, at least 100,000 at the end of next year if we could. That's a dream for me. But if we have a grant coming up like this connecting link, that we're not robbing from Manning Road in order to do our job over on the bridge. And it'd be so much more comfortable to say, yeah, Jason, do both. You know, I would rather be able to do that. Unfortunately, at this point in time, we can't.
By the way, guys, that putting us in the black, that does not include the 83,000. So I didn't take that off. So we have removed approximately $272,000 from this budget.
Okay.
That's an exact number. I can add it up for you if you want.
Okay. Anyways.
No, and at the end of these projects, Jason, don't be scared to come back to us at the council table and say, look, we've got our guys with nothing to do. We're going to go get them out and dig there. Not that you're ever going to do that. I don't think you'll ever do that. But I'm sure we'll say, okay, if we'll try and find something, right? But
we have lots of
that's right.
Lots of projects, Tim, that were started and weren't finished. That's not going to cost big money.
And that's exactly what I'm trying to get us to clean up this year if we can.
Well, and it was so great to see the sweeper out this morning, Jason. I'm thrilled to know it was not a $35,000 hit, but it was $12,000. Thanks for sending that information out. But I saw smiles on those guys' faces, like they are just thrilled that they were able to get out. And again, great day to do it because the roads got a bath after they swept.
Exactly. Yes.
So perfect day to do it.
They're doing a great job.
They really are. And you know what? They got out of the trucks. They came over to say hi. We physically distanced, and it was nice to see them smiling. Like the morale seems to be very good. So I commend you for that.
Yeah, everybody is working really, really hard. They're trying to do what they can to make everything smooth.
That's great. All right. Anything further for Jason for construction?
Silver Lake.
Well, I thought those had to be done.
Yeah, I thought we said that was good to go.
That was fine, I think, Jason.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry,
And then your gravel budget. Traditionally, we spend about 90,000. You've got 120 budgeted. Is there a reason for that?
There was last year's gravel went on to McGrath Road, so it's been, there's been no gravel put on any of the roads last summer at all.
Oh.
I was over Corrigan and Risto here yesterday, and yeah, you can use gravel. I'm not gonna bite on Jason's gravel at all.
Good enough.
No.
That's a great
Is
explanation as
that
well.
calcium included in that too, Jason? Or is that just the gravel? Is that the calcium included in that gravel part, or is that?
No.
Do we
No.
have calcium in here with any of our breakdowns? Because we got to keep that dust down
And material and supplies.
Okay.
That's right.
And I'd rather go a little heavier on the calcium because that stops you from having to grade again next week and week it again and again and again. It cuts down on all the other costs when you don't have the wash part happening every couple.
Yep,
Have
for
it
sure,
safe
Tim.
for sure.
So if you're all on your breakdown sheet of the capital budget,
Yep.
And now we're into equipment and housing, the float and the 3/4 ton are not in the budget. Only the sand shed and the sidewalk machine are out of the, oh yes, Jason, sorry.
The float is a 2,000, the year of it is a 2,000. For us to get it passed last year, we had to do some welding on the structure. So it's borderline if it'll pass this year.
Okay, just hang on just one sec. I just want to be clear with everybody that the sand shed and the sidewalk machine are an in and out from efficiencies, and then I was going to go back to your other asks. Unfortunately, this year, we're not purchasing new half-ton or three-quarter tons. It's just not the right year for it.
Okay.
Now we can go back to the float. Do we know what the cost is?
It's a 2,000, you said, Jason?
Yes.
That we're, and
Yeah.
you're gonna replace, and this float right now that you're looking at, you can get for 55?
Roughly, Tim, yes. Yes.
And,
Interest rates are really low right now. We might be best to borrow for it.
one thing I do know when it comes to like the heavy equipment stuff, like especially like with trailers and log trailers, what you run into is your metal fatigue and the steel structure. It does go, and that's 20 years old, and that's the limit on a lot of our stuff in the north, and that too, you have to have it reassessed at that time. So, I mean, if that's right at the 20-year mark, I don't think we can say no to that.
Okay, so Annette and I are just going to do the math to see what we have to add back in.
Jason, is that float big enough, or should you have a bigger float than that one?
No, Murph, that float is proper size for what we need.
Okay.
We're just going to change the style of it
You'd have to add back.
because we have some lower equipment.
No, I want to borrow.
And we have to get it, we can get them on, so a
Oh,
longer,
I
a
thought,
different profile on the
where is that line?
beaver tail.
It's nowhere.
So is this, Jason, so is
Budgets
this
for interest and
standards?
principal.
a spring load ramps or
Yes,
is it?
sorry, that's in
Getting on.
the 250,000.
It'll be paver ramps, Jack.
Road loans.
It'll be
Oh.
what?
There'll be paver ramps and there'll be air
A long
assist.
one.
Air assist.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm getting another late breaking news. Great news from Annette. The principal and interest for the loan float would be part of the roads, long-term debt.
Okay,
So already budgeted for.
okay.
If we're borrowing, and I would recommend that we borrow because of interest rates.
Yes.
Yeah, they're quite low right now for the float, especially.
Yep.
No, and like I say, with that being at that age, it's 20 years old. That's something that I can see being an issue. I've seen it before on my own stuff where you can't keep ahead of the steel breaking, and then the frames start to go. They can only do so many flexes, right? It's like bridges and such. So I'm okay with that.
All right, Jason, so you can have your float, but you can't have your three-quarter ton.
That's fine.
Okay.
You can haul equipment around, but you got to hitchhike.
All right, so moving forward, go back to Jason's budget. All right, was there anything further on the general fund, the transportation services? Wow, Jason, you're getting away with murder here.
Well,
It's best in the afternoon.
That's right. You're lucky you weren't first.
Oh, Jason, the only question was for the building maintenance at 10,000. Is that because they're getting the sand shed drawings?
Yes.
Is that where that's
Yes.
out?
yes.
My only question is, is there not another municipality are we building a brand new sand shed?
Yes.
Do we not have any neighbors that have already, say, paid for drawings that we could borrow? Because I'm sure other people in Renfrew County have built a sand shed. So could we not just borrow someone that has similar plans and see if it'll work for us? It'd save us 10,000 from the efficiency fund.
See, now part of that is there has to be a study done on the ground.
Yep.
Environmental assessment.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, is that why? So it's not just drawings; it's the actual Okay.
Like up
Yes.
at the mill, they had to do core samples and everything before they put any more buildings.
Okay.
Yeah,
Your environmental assessment's probably 5 to 6 grand, I would guess.
I would guess.
Yeah, I would
That's
think
what
you
I'm
would be a
doing
little
there.
shy on that 10,000, to be
And
honest.
that's without doing core samples. That's just probably.
Yeah.
Maybe 1 or 2 test holes would be 5 or 6.
4 to 5 test holes, Jack.
Was
And
it?
it'll be around the, like you said, probably around the 5,000.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, you're gonna, so and then your drawings will make up the balance of it. So
Yes.
Yeah.
And hopefully maybe it could come under.
And
maybe
where's
like-
that sand shed for? Is that for off John Street?
No, actually, that'll be at Spring Creek.
41
Spring.
highway.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and everybody, if you want to give them a quick briefing there, Jason, like, and I think everybody was on the same page. The reason for the sand shed improvement is because the municipality, it was only Grattan sand that was ever housed out there in that location, and now we're doing all of Sebastopol, South Algona, Eganville, and stuff with the same covering, and half of our sand is outside, right, Jason?
That's right, yes. And every year, usually around January, we have to break into that stockpile and split it up between all the other sheds. So between Foymount, Eganville, and Spring Creek Yard. So if we could get a shed, a decent sized shed, then we wouldn't have to break into it, and we could house for the winter, especially if we want to cut back on our salt.
Let's hope everything environmentally is okay. Remember, that was an old Department of Highways yard before we got it.
That's right.
And among
That
other
doesn't give me a warm and fuzzy.
I wouldn't be too concerned about the environmental stuff. I mean, as long as the ground supports the building, I think that's the biggest.
Yep.
That's what they're looking for, yes.
Absolutely, yeah.
So Jay, I don't know if this is a timing of the year thing or not, but computer services, you've got 40,000 budgeted, you've only spent $889. Is that just a timing thing, like your license comes up for renewal in, say, August?
Computer services. It's got to do with your cartograph.
Okay.
And your OMS. It's big money for that.
That's what I assumed. I just wanted to make sure that this wasn't like, 5 iPads or sorry, tablets or anything like that. Okay.
No.
I thought, were we not trying to roll that cartograph into the, that we did?
We
that?
did.
Licensing and
Just that
stuff?
the software came out of the efficiency fund.
Yeah, so that should be, maybe his number might be a little lower then, if that's what that
No, that's licensing.
licensing?
Yeah.
Very expensive program.
Yeah, and that's saying it's a very expensive program, as we all know. The other
Yes.
question I had was consulting. You've got 15,000 and you've spent 16. What other consulting do you have? Oh, I know what that is.
It's for,
Yeah, that's
Brenda.
cartograph again. It's,
Yes.
I got it.
yes.
Sorry, the light bulb came on. All right, so anything else in transportation services?
I was looking, I thought I saw somewhere training, and I was just wondering
Yep.
if you had enough.
Oh yeah, sorry, it's seminars and workshops.
Mm, okay.
Yes.
Previously, we've only spent, like last year was down. There was just myself went on training, and we had a few other in-house courses. But if we want to further our training for our employees, we need the money for sure. Just because of going to road schools or other in-house training that we have to get done.
Well, that was my concern. I mean, I believe in training. I mean, that's why I was saying, do you have enough in here, you think?
Well, it'll definitely help, Merv, what we have, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, moving to the following page. Street lights, garbage truck, garbage collection. Did anybody have anything huge highlighted?
I was looking, where is it now? Lake Clear, Laurentian Valley. Is our compost still going? Are they still hauling our compost out of Lake Clear? Where are we? Where's Clear.
No,
Waste? No, Ottawa Valley waste isn't in there anymore.
no.
I saw some for Laurentian Valley.
I seen that too, Merv.
Our payment to Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery.
Yeah.
Laurentian Valley, here we are. Lake
Also
Clear.
VWRC.
Laurentian Valley, 13,000.
Yep.
Yeah, that's our annual that we have to get out of the contract, Merv.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So this just happened to be in the Lake Clear column.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because that was the only waste site that was going to VWRC. So when we negotiated out, this was one of the payments. I could have used
I
that
didn't know that.
information.
Thank you.
There you go. Annette didn't know that, so we just educated her.
Jason, are you using the Molochs out at Lake Clear or not?
No, Merv, they're all going into fiberglass containers that are picked up with a front load
Good.
truck.
Good, because the Molochs required a special pickup.
Well, actually, we did a lot of them ourselves
Yeah.
with the excavator.
Okay.
Okay, anything further on any of the waste sites, household hazardous? Nothing? Should I be like an auctioneer going once, going twice, sold? Well, I think that's great. Thanks, Jason. Appreciate all the hard work.
Okay.
I guess I just have one question there, Jason. So we know what Reed and his health and stuff like that. Are you training somebody else to take, like with the, I know you say Glenn has it, but you have another guy that's going to be at the site because Glenn works on Saturday too, right?
That's right. Yeah, well, we'll have to,
Do some session planning there or something, right?
yes, the only other people that have it are the staff here at the roads department.
Yeah.
But yes, we will have to, I think what my plan is going to be, is to have maybe a student go up and help with the hazardous waste when it does open, where Reed could just, do the book work, where he can do all the writing, he can have his gloves on, have his mask down, and then he wouldn't have to touch anything, and then that person would just touch all the materials and take them away, and then there's no contamination with someone coming in, and he can stay well back and just do the paperwork.
Yeah, you should
That's
get
an excellent plan.
hand sanitizers there too that they can use, right?
Yes.
'Cause
Yeah, they're going to have.
just
Yeah,
so.
we're going to have rubber gloves, sanitizer, spray, everything there, and they're all going to have the shields down for sure.
That's great.
Now, we did come up with another another problem solver for if the tags do open up again at Sand Road. Everyone would get all the attendants would get a spreadsheet. When the people come in, they could, they're going to write their name down, their address, and at the end of the month, possibly, get a bill sent out to them, making sure that that way that everyone is still staying safe. They're not handling money. They're not punching cards. If the council thinks that would be that we at least we could open up the sites again for everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's a conversation for council.
Okay.
Yeah, I had one other thought with that, like at budget time, what if we just kind of put it into our budget, what it would cost for our roughly what it costs for garbage and kind of incorporate that into our taxation and just leave it as it is, you know, and then don't worry about how many or who's got what, because it all averages out at the end of the year. Without the garbage cards, you know what I mean? If we kind of, you know, we can, you know, get away from it altogether.
You're saying like a 2-bag.
What's that, Brent?
You're saying like just add in like a 1 or 2 bag per household limit or something like that, Tim? Like
Well, not really, because some people only go maybe once a month, or some people, they you know, in the wintertime only go over a couple months. But rather, because there's only so much garbage in the municipality, rather than even worry about the cards and keeping track and all this other stuff. I mean, you're saving the garbage in the ditch and everything just by letting people go to the dump. Let them go to the dump without the card and just figure out what it is in overall and just include it with our taxes.
Put it on the council meeting, but I didn't know if you wanted to mention it today.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be fair to the people in town then, though, Tim, right? Because they have to pay extra and stuff, so, I don't know. It's something we could look at, though, but you'd have to see.
But even with the people in town doing average right across the board, Jack, of what they're, you know, paying, and, you know, the garbage goes in, right? So.
Guys, respectfully, I know that we're in budget right now, and this could be a budget deliberation. However, we're treading into council, and I'm being told by Annette that I am correct. I would say that if, you know, let's think this out and find out what budgetary impacts it could have. But Tim, you are correct. It could net out. Like, it might not make any difference how we do it.
And the only reason I'm saying that now is because you know, I think it's working pretty good out at the dump the way it is. You know, you don't have to worry about, you know, losing this revenue next year, or shall it come up again by people staying back and staying away. The guys don't have to write down every darn license plate or even have that extra task at the dump. You give them time to make sure they're dumping it in the right spot. A lot easier, you know. You might even be able to give them a little extra, you know, time without having to do such a thing. I think it makes it easier for everybody if we just had it included with the tax, rather than having to worry about a damn card every time you go into the dump, right? As long as you're a resident, you're paying your taxes, you throw your garbage in.
The problem is that you're going to have the tax rate go up 2%. People aren't going to understand that you were paying that anyway.
Yeah.
So from you have to sort of explain that. And then also it kind of works as a user pay. So you're the one who's getting the benefit because you're the one who's doing the most, generating the most garbage, filling the dump. You're not, you know, if you do very well at composting and recycling and all that kind of stuff, you're putting the work in, you're receiving the savings right now. If it's across the board, then the people who are lazy are getting the same benefit of the people who are working hard to make sure our dump is not filling up.
Well, you're right on, Annette. Going back to the reason we started the charge in the first place was to get people to recycle and compost. And if you're going to go down to general, they'll probably get lazy and you'll find everything in the garbage.
But okay, this is kind of going into a council thing. But
yeah, I know.
The recycling is, I look at the recycling part of our budget here, and the recycling is costing us more than the crunching. So when it comes to a dollars and cents point of view, it's costing us money to do the recycling. So
the only thing is, in order to get the grant, we have to, WPO demands 50% diversion. Is that correct?
No, there's no specific percentage. It's just there's a capping on the fund, and it's calculated depending on how much you spend, depends on how much you get back, and it's a complicated formula, like the police billing.
And the partnership fund.
And yes,
I've never been able to figure that fund out.
Mm-hmm. But it's something we can look at and present to council. We'll look at all the different avenues. But I would be surprised if recycling was costing us more than waste. But see, I think you're missing the testing fees, the consulting fees, the Cambium fees. if you were to look at all of that, you're gonna see for every ton of garbage, we're probably spending hundreds more than every ton of recycling. But we can do the work on that and present it.
I know this is getting into council, but the
I
other
think we
problem
have
with
to-
that is if you start throwing recycling in your waste, you're cutting down the life expectancy of your waste site.
Well, and we also promised the people at Ruby on Golden Lake that we wouldn't put recycling at that site. We made them a promise.
I know when we did that dump, that was one of the conditions, that it was only gonna be waste that's going in there, not recycles compacted and put in.
Well, and it was also the genesis of the household hazardous, right? To ensure people weren't putting paint cans and batteries and all of that stuff into their general garbage.
But
I think we need to move off this and put this over to a council meeting. I think between Jason and Annette, they can give us some of the information we're looking for. Okay, is there anything further for Jason? Okay, good work, Jay. That was your budget. You made it through. You don't have any scars on you. That's good.
He still has a shirt. He still
He
has
does.
his
And he still has
there's
his
wiggle
fuel.
room yet.
Tim, he still has his fuel.
Oh yeah, no. Fuel is.
I was going to use the words of that old What Country and Western song, Happy Trails, Jason.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Run while you can.
Jason, we owe Kevin lunch. He took the hits.
Yeah, okay.
That's the problem with going first.
That's right. He went first.
All right, gentlemen,
Hey,
ladies,
have a
thank you very
great
much.
long weekend, Jay.
Have a good weekend.
Okay, can we just take 5? I need to wash.
So Jen, what's the final numbers for Jay?
Sorry, my bad.
153, 466.
There you go, 153. No,
466 is what we deducted.
120. 153, 466.
So did you add the float onto that then?
I know I didn't have to because it's already budgeted in debt.
Okay.
We're all right.
What's our overall?
Good
number
work,
then?
guys. I want to say how exceptionally prepared everyone came. So if I can just have 5, I'll be right back. Well, we've got 2 washrooms now. Hi, Dave.
Any plans there, Merv, for the weekend?
Not really. Well, yeah, not really.
We can have a campfire now, and it's raining hard enough where we know darn well it's not going to go anywhere.
Hey, Tim.
Yeah.
Is Heideman's taking any poplar or still poplar? Or do they even deal with poplar?
I think there's a small market for poplar, but not at Heideman's themselves, but we can, I'm sure I can get you a contact for you. They can give you a price.
Or maybe just call the regular Heideman number.
Yeah. If you want, I can give you a shout after there and give you the right guy to talk to.
No, it's just something that's on my to-do list.
Yeah. Actually, I can. How much are you looking to get rid of there, Murph?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not cutting it until I have somebody that knows who's going to take it.
Oh yeah. Well, I'll tell you right now. I think you can get rid of it pretty easily.
Okay.
So right now, the,
What drew my attention to it around Silver Lake Road, I know somebody's cutting and has a bunch of poplar piled in the field there, and I said, it must be moving.
over at Donnie Plotsky's there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was looking at that pile, and the guy who did that job, he's doing a fantastic job too. You know, he's got piles there where you like to pull up and load. He does it right, you know, so.
It looks like one pile, he's got a nice pile of maple there by the look of it.
Yeah, oh yeah, he's got maple, and he has everything sorted out perfect, and he's got all his butts done nice and even. It's a trucker's dream when you see somebody that works with you like that, for sure.
Yeah.
He's doing a great job. Whoever that is doing a fantastic job. But definitely, I can get you the number of the guy to call, and he can, if you have a rough idea how much you want gone, you know, whether it's a tandem load or a tractor trailer load, or you know, a few 100-ton or whatever.
Well, there's some red pine thinning to be done, and some poplar. I've got some like veneer grade poplar.
Okay.
Anyway, we'll solve that problem.
The worst of it is, Merv, once you let poplar go so long, sometimes if you have any toadstool on the tree at all, she's hollow already, eh?
Yeah. No, these look nice and healthy, but it's time. It's time.
Yeah, for sure.
It's time.
What are you eating, Annette?
Candy.
Oh boy, yeah. Where's mine?
You want one?
Well, sure. Thank you. Yeah. Hang on, there we go. I got hickory sticks if you want some hickory sticks.
I'm stuck on low calorie cookies.
Yeah, that's what was in my lunch kit. I usually eat those first and the sandwich after.
What are they chatting about?
Sharing, I was sharing my candy with Tim. He was sharing his hickory sticks with me.
Oh,
Yeah.
Hickory sticks.
I got, yeah.
Cookies.
Can I have some hickory sticks, Tim?
Sure, you can have some hickory sticks. Yeah,
They're my favorite.
they're good.
I can't buy them because I eat the entire bag.
We bought a box in apocalypse times there, and I think there was 65. Yeah. Needless to say, I got lots of hickory sticks.
I think I've got a snack here as well. I think I've got a peanut butter cup.
Oh, there you go.
And Jenna is making the most delicious homemade baking treats ever.
It
So
sounds like Merv is as well.
my diet that I started in January, I blew that right out the water, and
Oh, yeah.
I did too.
I bought bigger pants. That's
Two
okay.
mornings.
We
Two
could
mornings
all get
ago.
on the big scale together in January, and then when this was over, we could all get on the big scale together.
Well, they're calling it COVID-15, but I'm calling it the COVID-25.
COVID-25. That's
What was that, Merv?
I said 2 mornings ago, I had to get up and let the dogs at about 7 o'clock and couldn't get back to sleep. So I got up and made a batch of cookies.
Oh boy, yeah, I like cookies.
I'll send you my PO box, Merv. You can send them to my.
Oh, I know. I'm in.
These are lemon flavored with
Well, Jenna made with a brownie on top and an Oreo cookie in the center and a chocolate chip cookie on the bottom. So, and it's all layered the size of a muffin. Yeah. And
That sounds decadent.
Oh my God. Yeah.
All right, guys, you ready? Now that we've all had our snacks, I'm really jealous about Tim and the hickory sticks. I'm ready to drive over there and he can throw a bag at me.
I could have threw them out at you on the way by there about an hour ago.
Yeah, that was selfish of you.
Very selfish.
Right?
That's me.
All right, guys, so let's get back at it. If we can turn to page 7, I just want to do building department very quickly. I just had 2 things, and mainly for Annette. Wages seem awfully high, and sick leave last year was a different time, so I think that's probably over budgeted.
So that's the difference. So when I added together the wages and the sick leave, so you can see sick leave is down 10,000 and wages are up 10,000.
But if you look at 2018, that's the norm. Last year was a very unusual year. I don't want to.
Oh, I see. Okay. I was just trying to make it equal the wages from last year, but doing the split differently.
Okay, but that's, last year was just it was a tough year.
All right, so, yeah, so I'm open to
So
change it.
2018, just do 2% and 2%, and then that'll give us
Well,
a point.
I was gonna take wages to 65 and I was gonna take sick leave back down to 15.
Yeah, that works.
Does that make sense?
Sorry. Oh, I see. Yep.
You said page 7?
Yes.
At the, yeah.
Oh, at the front of your, can you mute yourself?
Okay, we're on CBO here. Okay.
You got it? Sorry, because there's no defense for his budget at the end. It's in the general.
So we're 5,004.
What did I say? 4,500.
5,000 and
4,500.
So, okay, yeah, so that's.
Picking up what I'm putting down? Okay.
So we're leaving both sick leave and vacation pay.
Vacation pay is pretty close if we're going to 65.
Yep.
So is he, during this, is COVID, is he full-time now? Is he still working full shifts or what?
He was here today.
Yo, okay.
Yep. He was working today.
So,
Yeah, he's been working the whole time from home. He's got the iPad that we purchased, so he's able to receive the documents and review them and issue permits now. Doesn't mean that construction can take place yet, but permits can be issued.
Construction should be open soon. Yeah. All right, anything further on CBO?
Yeah, mileage.
What's that, Tim?
Mileage, isn't that a company truck?
Yeah, but there's already 119 in there, so I don't know if the odd time he has to go to, like if he was out, I don't know for training how to use a personal vehicle. It's not very high, but it's at 119. You can bring it down to 200 if you just want to leave, if you want to take it down $50.
Tim, I think it's from when it sits at like O'Grady's, like for maintenance, I would assume.
Sorry, I just thought there's more than one person. Oh no, that's just Mark. Sorry, I went to.
I was just going to ask you, did we have a fill-in CBO at one point?
It's.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, we did. We did.
Yeah. Sorry, the light bulb just came on again.
Would you take that down to 120 then? Like, do you want to take it down 130?
No, just in case, if Mark goes on holidays and we want to bring somebody in, I think we leave it.
But this fuel budget, I think we can, because that's a small little truck.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he's only,
This fuel budget, I would like to see reduced.
Well, and the other thing is he is doing so much work at home.
Yes.
And only going out to necessary site visits as of just a few weeks ago.
A very bare minimum of 1,000 off of that fuel budget.
You got it.
Okay. That's pretty tight because last year was 2291, but
we're halfway through.
And we're halfway.
We're halfway through the year. So.
Yeah, but the construction only starts now, really,
Yeah.
for most people, right?
I think that's tight. I wouldn't. I would have took 500 off, but I think it's going to be tight. But it is just a budget, so some stuff will go over, some stuff will go under.
But I think. Look, yeah, but the thing is, anyway, I'm very happy taking 1,000 off it.
Okay. All right.
I had one other thing and I can't find it. Oh no, it wasn't in his. Sorry.
What about the office supplies? Does he not just get them from inside the office or what?
He can't steal any?
I'm sure
I'm
he
just wondering.
does. I'm sure they all do.
I'm just wondering why, but anyways.
So you probably could have cut that, but now that you cut the fuel as much as you did, that might be the saving grace if we do go over on that one. Because you've only left 500 for fuel for the rest of the year.
Oh, we left 1,000 for fuel.
Yeah.
But we've already spent 487.
Yeah, and we went to 1,500.
1,500 for
Yeah,
fuel.
it's
You're
1,000.
right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, so we left them 1,000.
Oh, sorry. I thought you cut it all the way. Sorry. I got the 1,000 confused.
Our
Okay.
math skills are getting worse as the day goes on.
I'm just thinking we could probably cut, but it doesn't matter, on office supplies, some, but whatever.
Yeah, we could probably take that.
Take it down by 500?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. Alrighty then. Okay, so now that we're done with building, we can move on to page 9 of your general into office admin. Okay, so the first thing I had was the 80,000 in benefits.
So that's because we had an employee here who was not entitled to some of our benefits because they were over the age of 65. That employee is no longer with us, and everybody that we have here is now entitled because they are all under the age of 65. And yes, that's what it's going to cost us.
Okay. Okay. The only other thing I had was legal fees, but I know that we're still battling a couple of things.
We are. So that's, you can go either way with that. You can leave it where it is. And then if it might still be too low, like if certain legal battles come to fruition, I've been told it could go up to 100,000, but we also could not conclude anything this year. So I kind of thought if we budget about halfway, then if it gets to the 100,000, we can pull the rest out of reserves. If it doesn't touch it, well, then we've got half budgeted for, but we didn't tax the ratepayers the full, to the worst end, So we're kind of sitting in the middle, but we can play it either which way, because if a judgment comes and it is that amount, then we'll just have to find the money. So it's just whether you want to tax the ratepayers for some, none, half, or all of it. So I went a little bit less than the halfway mark.
Thought?
I was going to say either way, we're going to have to, like, stuff comes up. I just keep it, on par. I agree with Jack.
So late breaking news, just because we had started out with a want of 267,557, Tim put forward 300,000. We are now at 283 and $15.
There you go. So what about on the second page about contracts and insurance? How come our consulting, it seems awful high compared to last year, 40,000?
40,000.
That's the revenue offset for Wayfinders, correct?
Or what?
So part of that is the Wayfinders, the 35.5 for the service delivery review that we got the funding for.
Okay.
And then the additional 5,000 is just for consulting with Brenda and Cartograph and different things like that. So we'll see whether it has to stay, and as well, any consulting fees in addition we need. So
Because it's like double the last year, right?
well, last year we budgeted 5,000, so I budgeted the same 5,000 again.
Okay.
But the 35.5 is the Wayfinders that we got the grant for.
But that's an offset in the revenues.
Right.
And just so everybody's aware, our insurance doesn't come up for renewal until July. So that's why insurance looks wonky.
Yes, and other municipalities have gone up 35%, some have gone up 50%. It's a very bad year for insurance. However, that was prior to COVID. And now with COVID and not as many vehicles on the road, not as many facilities open, some are not going up as high. So I budgeted for 25%. I can't tell you whether it's going to be higher or lower. It's like I said, we're coming in at 35 to 50%. So 25 sounded like a good number at the time, but I don't know with COVID now whether that will come, whether that will benefit us for insurance.
Well, there was a news thing on CP24, I think a week ago, where people were phoning their auto insurance companies and they were saying like it's like they're getting $25 back.
Liability.
But liability might be different.
Liability is what's driving that.
Right.
So I went with 25.
Oh, liability is the big portion of any insurance. Even myself, when I look at the liability, is unreal. I park my truck in a big volume. Anyway.
Okay. So then moving on, did anybody have anything else on admin?
Mine was only on the we haven't gone through. It's just to the revenue, but that's a different
Yeah,
revenue
no,
for
we'll go
tax.
back to revenue, Brent.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Okay. Sorry, it's always easier to go through the expenses first to see where we land, and then I know it seems backwards, but it's actually not.
Yep.
Okay, so crossing guards. We've got 11,000 budgeted, but we have crossing guards right now.
So one crossing guard was finished at the end of March, and the other crossing guard was finished at the end of April. Now, I know they weren't working, but we didn't know what was happening with the schools. So, and we don't know whether we're going to have to bring them back in June. So there might be 1 month or maybe 2 months worth we could save there. So maybe, I don't know whether that's $1,000 or what you could take off there.
Yes, Tim.
We skipped cleaning?
Oh, no, I said, did anybody have anything on cleaning?
Oh, I thought you said any more on admin.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, my question is, what happened again? Refresh my memory, because I see the actual values from 2018 at 33,000, and now we're at 74,000 now. What happened in those 2 years for the cleaning?
Because cleaning was divided out amongst different departments, and now it's all under the admin because we're doing in-house.
And this is actually cheaper than before?
Yes,
Yeah.
substantially.
Okay.
Jack, how much less do you think?
Well, we were well over, I thought we were somewhere around 110.
That's what I didn't want to put that number out, but we were well over 100,000.
No, that was all.
But that's where, I thought it was around there somewhere in that neighborhood.
I knew there was a reason, but I just wanted a refresher on why it is the way it is.
Yeah, so that 33 that you see would simply be for cleaning
The office.
this office, and I think the fire hall paid for theirs. Yeah, so I think the 33 was just for this space.
Okay.
Probably other good information you should have had, eh?
The 33 started that year because that's when we hired the cleaners. We hired them in the middle of that year.
Oh, that's right. It was under contracts, wasn't it, Sandra? Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now, there's no way we could just get the current staff that's already at the office there, the admin staff to clean, eh? Look at the smiles I'm getting.
If you want me to do cleaning instead of that, no problem. But then you're on your own for everything else.
Okay.
You just
Tim,
poked the hornet's nest, guys.
you might want to avoid the office for the next little while.
See how brave this counselor can be when there's 100 miles in between us?
Exactly. I was going to say, yeah, you're brave out there in your truck, buddy.
Yeah, like one more. Okay.
All right. So obviously OPP, it is what it is.
Are we cutting crossing guards 1,000?
No, because if it's
Just-
like talking a month,
Yeah, just leave it as is.
yeah. All right. And now I believe that takes us to the end of our expenses. And now we will go back to page 1. And again, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to change our levy. Who's ringing?
Merv.
Well, somebody called to complain about my nasty comment. On that.
That's right. It's Erica.
Oh, gee.
So I am proud to announce that our goal was 3,336,100.
Could you call me back in about, I'm in a meeting.
Our
Back in a-
new levy, as we sit right this second, is $3,320,710.
Can you say that again there, Jen?
Absolutely. So our targeted levy, that's 2% and includes the 83 for bridge. So I didn't deduct that, was 3,336,168. Our levy as we sit right this second is $3,320,710. So we are now below 2%.
Oh, exactly.
Are you really? Annette, okay, Annette will be cleaning the office. Where
Perfect.
are you adding this 20,000?
What?
So I think I just miskeyed, so I am sorry for that, but
I know what it is.
Under Ontario Road Grants Other, that should be 761,273. So I'm gonna add back 20,000. Do you want to take 2,000 off the crossing guards now? Sandra says we can take 2.
Okay. So guys, just so you know, Annette and I had this conversation at the beginning of the week, and she was going to look for what that other 20,000 was. This is also late breaking news that we're just finding that we don't know where it came from.
So 20. So we are taking the 2 from crossing guards now. Sorry, guys.
How are we doing on natural growth?
We've added it in.
42,000 is 42,519 we're going to get from new taxation this year, so that'll be good.
Oh, I did this one. This is revenue. I'm like, how did I get to that number? Okay, so that give you the new levy number. What did I get to there?
$329,626.
No, because I'm adding back in that 6542.
Adding it, no, we're still less that. 3,336, 168.
Yep.
Minus 6.
6542.
542. So 3,329,626.
So 332926. Which is still less than the 2%. And we're still contributing ours for the bridge project.
What does that work out to in percentage?
But 1.5?
Yeah, about 1.7.
No, I'm getting 3,338,710. Something's not right. Something's not right. Because we were at 3,320,710. Then I have to add back the 20 and minus the 2, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're at, sorry, 3,338,710.
3,338,710.
We're over the 2% now.
We're at 2%.
Yeah.
Is that 3% including the growth into that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I guess we'll have to go back over.
This is 13.
Einsahl or Mr. Clean in that?
3, 4, 5, 8. You're right. It's just
We got to get going down to 0 here. Come on.
Yeah.
A long ways to go. Short time to get there.
All right. So carrying on, right off curbside area, payments in lieu, penalties and interest. Is there anything in our revenue on page 1?
Oh, the only, it was just a clarification, just on the curbside area tax rate. So it's 73,000. Is that just because we have a growth factor? Or is that like an increase on the actual curbside? Or is it
So
both?
that's an increase because our recycling and our waste expenses both went up this year. So it's an increase on our curbside costs for waste and then 50% of our recycling costs for curbside. So, and that's, you know, that department took quite the hit this year with, I don't know if that's still because of Barron's or Bowman's, sorry, closing down.
So what you're saying is that this is would be an increase to the pickup then? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, there's an increase to the pickup, there's an increase to the tipping fees, there's an increase to the hauling, because there's just, and M-Terra right now is only taking dual stream, and we're single, so, but their tipping fees are a lot higher than Ottawa Valley, so they'd save us in hauling, but cost us in tipping, so. We'll continue to look at trying to get a better price, but yeah, it's been tough.
So the village residents will then see an increase on their per 100,000 assessment. Is that how you're going to do that, or what?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
The village residents that have garbage pickup are going to see an increase on their per 100,000 assessment. Is that what you're doing, or how are you doing this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if their assessment went up, they will see an increase. I don't know. Some of their assessment will have gone up. Sometimes it stays the same. But yeah, that special rate levy has gone up because our costs have gone up, and everyone's seeing that. Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed our waste hauling has gone up considerably. Maybe the reason Bowman's are bankrupt, they bid it too low.
It was too low for years.
Yes, it was.
All right, page 2. You can see the transfers from reserves for the efficiencies. What was the deal you made with the fire chief about?
So
I had it here somewhere.
the fire revenue, is discussing it with the fire chief. So the fire department revenue, the first page where you see 0 revenue, it's not that there's zero revenue. You can see there's 2,355, but that is revenue from the first aid courses. That's revenue from the selling of the smoke detectors. So there's expenses in there as well. And so the discussion was that whatever was left in that revenue account would go to a reserve for fire, whatever that is, minus the expenses. And the other two, the municipal and the province, so when we bill other municipalities or when we bill the province for accidents, 50% we were going to keep to cover those costs, and 50% was going to go into the reserves for future capital purchases for the fire department. So that's why you see those two cut in half. They're in half. We're going to receive the revenue, but half of it is going to be taken out and put into for future investment. I submit that for your consideration.
Oh,
yes.
sorry, guys. Okay, so anything on revenue? Anything on bylaw revenue?
No, Jen, the only revenue I was just running the numbers and stuff, is just go back to the curbside area tax rate again. So
Yeah.
pretty much from like 2018 to 2019, like the actuals, it's a 4.5% increase. And then from the 2019 to the 2020, we're seeing an 8.4% increase specifically for the curbside. So I'm just want to make everyone aware that that is an 8.4% increase. And my question is if we have a growth factor, like what's the growth in town that would compensate and defeat that 8.4%, or is that taken into consideration? Because the concern I have is the distance to travel isn't much more. If you have a higher population density and more people paying in the curbside, that might mitigate that increase. And that's what I really want to look at, just because before we charge 8.3% to the people that are getting garbage pickup and recycling pickup, that maybe it's something that we want to fine tooth and actually see what the growth factor ends up being, because we do have new development that has new curbside pickup in consideration into that. It's just 8.3% it's a tough pill to swallow for a lot of people, right? And times are tough for everyone.
Yeah, and that is the exact, that's part of the cost, for curbside only. That doesn't take the rest. That really is addressing payment of the cost for curbside. So you can pass that on to the rest of the ratepayers. The growth overall is 1.3. If you want me to take it down 1.3% to only be 6.7% increase, we can do that, but it's based off the actual cost. So you're taking costs from curbside and you're spreading a little bit of it around.
So the challenge is as well, what Merv just brought up is that although this looks skewed, our previous depository was seriously undercharging us. And there was a movement at one point to raise their tipping fees, and some of the partnering municipalities went a bit nuts and said, no way. So this is the effect of not raising things slightly every year. And then all of a sudden it looks like, we're gouging when we're not.
Well, and all I was really looking at was just that. So in comparisons for the new people that said they're on curbside, what's the breakdown for new people paying into it in that portion of the ratepayer in comparison?
Well, since we have 1.3% real growth, I would assume, Brent, that most of it is in the village.
Yeah, so that's why it's just I know how I was looking at it was just on what's the exact number. If we didn't increase it, what would we end up being with just based on the new growth?
Hang on, we're doing some math.
Just say 8.3%, no matter what field it's in. That's a big increase for anyone.
So we could take it down to 71,337, and that would take out the growth.
Well, anything's better. I'd like to see it obviously a lot lower, but
Or if you want to take it down to 71, take 2,000 out of there. We could probably add 2,000 to marriage licenses because we've been the only one issue them, and Dana's doing like 4 a week.
yeah,
I like that trade-off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good, so that's a net zero effect, so I'm not even gonna put it on the board. Oh, maybe, do you want me to put it on the board? Okay.
Well, maybe we should. I'd like to
Yeah,
take a picture at the
I
end.
know.
Sorry.
Did you tell me 2,000?
2,000, yep, minus 2 and add 2. So curbside and marriage license.
It looks like I wrote Marvage license, but you get the,
Okay, yeah.
you get the gist.
I'm gonna get Marvage next year.
All right. Okay, let's move back to page 2. We were at bylaw. Anything on that revenue? Anything in the first page of admin revenue?
We added 2,000 to marriage licenses, so it'll be
Yes.
5.
Oh yeah, so marriage licenses will now be 5. Because we're the only game in town. All right, moving on.
Just for curiosity, is there a different fee structure just if people are outside Renfrew County coming for marriage license?
Yes.
Or?
Oh, it is for the actual wedding.
Oh, yes, but I don't think for the license. I don't think for the licensing.
Oh, I was just curious for my own.
We were charging different rates if Dana or I or Brian married the people.
Who was the most? Like who charged the most?
Well, I gave it as a wedding gift every time.
Oh, okay.
Sandra, do you know if there's a different fee structure for outside for licensing?
I'm guessing, but I think, yes, I think it's 100 for residents for the license and 125 for non-residents. But I'm guessing, I'd want to check to be sure.
But I think you're right, Sandra. But I definitely know that the marriage rates were different. Okay. We talked about pound revenue. That was an unfortunate thing. CMC. Everybody sees the roads revenue, gas tax, environmental revenue. Anything on that? Recycling revenue. Recreation, we know that's, a give and take. We don't know.
No
the
idea.
offsetting expenses, of course, we don't do this stuff, so that will help. Again, swim program, there's an offset. We don't know if we're going to be doing the swim program. Same with hall revenue. Planning revenues. And of course, Tourist Booth doesn't have anything unless they get a donation. Was there anything further on revenue? I almost went, and the report as a whole. Okay, so where we're landing right now, guys, is could you plug in ours, county, and the province, so we can do a per $100,000 worth of assessment? Okay, everybody just bear with us for a sec. Talk amongst yourselves. I assume you could just plug it into laptop.
Yes. I gotta get off.
Okay, everybody take 5. We just need to log into Opta.
Hello?
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 Oh, this is Mary Clark.
Oh, she's logging into Opta.
Canada, Mothers Against Drug
James has to
Driving.
take
Thank
America's
you, Sarah Friendly Voice. It feels like I've been answering machine the whole day.
Sorry, I'm in the middle of a meeting. Thank you very much. Bye.
It's not the,
No,
it's the computer.
Okay.
Yeah, it still has power. Usually.
I was just saying that this year, Mad Canada works with nearly 20,000 victims and the survivors. Mothers, sons.
Do you need anything from me then before we're ready?
Not that I know of right now.
Okay, thank you.
Something has to change, and Mad believes it starts with one person at a time. Yes, you are a campaign. The campaign that will change.
I had a meeting.
No, but I was going to get it.
Somebody trying to raise money for Mothers Against Drunk Drivers. Come on, give me a break.
Oh, no, that's what, they do that.
I know.
Okay. So at the end of the day, when I take the cuts that council has made, or committee has made, our overall tax rate with counties and school board has gone down. So it's 0.1165412. Oh, sorry. No, it has gone up. I was looking at the 2020, the rates that it was as opposed to last year's rates. Bear with me.
Okay, while that's doing that, if you go to page 20 of your general, there's $1,000 in benefits for Opeongo Park. That absolutely is not correct. I'm going to take about 700 off of that. No, sorry, 600 off of that.
So it has gone down. So it's your tax bill for $100,000 will in residential will be reduced by $22.90 because last year the overall tax rate was the 0.0118 and this year it's 0.0116. So it's actually decreased. You're on it per 100,000 now. Of course, your assessment has gone up. So if your assessment's gone up, then your taxes might end up staying the same instead of decreasing the 2260. But if you owned a home and its assessment is at full market value already, so then your taxes will actually decrease.
But I still look at it and like especially for this year, I have no problem just taking off the tourist information booth, the wages, vacation pay, benefits, EHD, WSIB. We can look at it next year, but I think for this year, hey, whatever you can do.
Can I call Kevin just to make sure that he doesn't have that reallocated to some student he's hired?
I guess, but the sad fact of the matter is we don't have a job if we don't have the tourist booth open.
Yes.
I mean, that's the...
Yeah. I just want to give him a call to make sure that's not...
Well, if we do get more students and we get the government, it's actually going to pay for stuff, then yes, obviously we'll take as many students. I'll put one on each ball diamond. They can pick weeds all summer. But no.
Hi, Kevin. It's Annette.
Absolutely, until we know we have the
So
money.
they're looking at cutting the tourist booth, the wages for $11,000.
No, and all the stuff.
And all the stuff.
It's $12,650.
It's $12,650 and not having it opened this year. I'm just giving you a heads up. Yep. Now, I will just tell you that if the federal government comes out with additional funding for students, then we'll correct that. But if they don't, then we're not opening it this year. Right? I just wanted to give you a call as that was happening. Okay. You're welcome for the good news, eh? Thanks for calling me. Yeah, so that whole section is, yeah, is an additional cut.
It didn't matter whether he went first or last.
He still has his gas budget though.
No, until we have the money in hand.
But like I said, if the federal government or the province comes out with additional funding, we will allocate it there for students. That's what I'm hearing from committee.
Can we add that to the agenda on Wednesday, actually?
Sure.
So, okay. I'm trying to find it here. Is that?
It's the last page of your general.
Oh.
It's not in Kevin's budget.
It's not even in your budget. It's in the general. Does that make you feel better about it?
I can tell her Mr. Clean and that.
They're not cutting it. They're cutting it. But it is the tourist booth. It is the tourist booth. Okay. All right.
You just laughed again. You're laughing.
Okay, and everybody got that I took 600.
Okay. Thanks. All right. Bye, Kevin.
And everybody saw on page 20, I took 600 out of the Opiongo Park benefits.
Yep.
So, sorry, why is it 12,650? Why is it not the full 15,000 in tourism?
Because as Brent just said, they're still gonna need water and sewer and hydro and.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's sorry, 12,650 out of there. And what was the other one?
Opiongo Park benefits. We've got 2,000 in salaries, but 1,000 in benefits.
Okay, so that's going down by 650, you said?
Yep. No, 600.
600.
Excuse me. Thank you. So that's just going to decrease it more.
Sorry, I had that.
And that, is there still an outstanding balance for legal fees in the library as well?
Yes.
Yes.
What's the total?
I'm not sure what the total is. I know we looked at that when the library was doing budget, but I don't know what that is.
I didn't know. I think it's around 15,000. I think.
I think Merv is right.
So
somewhere at 13,000, 15,000.
My question is just if we either ask the library to pull it out of some of their surplus, or we ask NAW to reimburse a portion of it because we are holding it, and if we have that money this year, it means we can keep our property taxes lower.
And I think the library asked to make the payment back less, right? They asked to pay back less this year.
Yeah.
They asked to reduce it.
But if they have money,
we're paying back 5,000 a year, and we cut it back so to keep the budget within limits.
But what I'm saying is that we ask it to be paid at more of a substantial amount, and if there's problems with it, then North Algona could reimburse us. But in my opinion, our taxpayers shouldn't be the ones that are facing the burden of it and carrying this cost. It should be shared between both municipalities. So that's something that
hang on.
I would ask.
Sandra, can you weigh in on this? Is this set up as a receivable?
I'm pretty sure it is.
It is? All right, so this is a balance sheet item, not an income statement item, so it has no effect on the tax levy.
Okay.
And we're paying them and they're paying us. So.
I know. So we're now at 3319460.
Okay, I can do another calculation in Okta here. So we're now at, I'm sorry. What did you say we were at?
3319460. So
Merv, according to what I got from the library here, it says they'll honor the 5K this year for the legal fees.
it's not in their budget, Jack.
That's on their budget, I know, yeah.
I didn't think it was in their budget.
No,
Yeah, it
it's
is.
in their budget.
Yeah. So we've shaved $284,265 off the budget.
So only 16 more to go.
We'll get out and panhandle. We'll work for food.
16 more to go, boys. Hey, and girls. Where can we get 16,000 from?
Well, really, the tough thing for this is also it depends where, say, something such as like a legal cost for administration ends up, right? Like it could be lower, it could be a lot higher. So we have a lot of fluctuation as well.
Well, I mean, if you want, I mean, Annette gave us the news. We can take that out. We can cut it in half if you want. But if something bad happens, we'll have to take it out of our surplus. Out of our reserves, I mean, sorry, long day.
Because we have 40 in there according to Annette, right?
Yes.
40?
And it could go up to 100,000.
Yeah.
That's what I've been told. So
right now, on 100,000, the decrease is $26.65, residential.
$26 on.
$26.65 decrease.
That's us, county, and the province.
But that's based on MCAP off 100,000, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So if MCAP goes up, then people obviously are paying more.
Yep.
The good news is that MPAC isn't doing assessments right now.
No, and they'd be going down realistically.
I can get you in 2 seconds, I can get you the average, the impact on the average property.
Yeah.
Like that I put in your package earlier, which is just that little tab that's sticking out. If you go there, you'll see the 2020 tax impact on median typical property. I'll rerun that.
Perfect. This is a great tool. Wish Okta was involved in all the funding things so we knew how funding was done. I don't know why I'm sitting aside so that they can see the board, because they clearly can't see the board.
No, I haven't been to my eye doctor, so I don't have my glasses right now.
Sorry, guys. I was just, yeah. It's a work of art, I have to tell you.
If I get up to the screen, I can just about make out something.
Well, Annette's gonna take a picture and she can email it to everybody.
I will do that. So the updated report for the tax impact on median typical property. So in Bontra Valley, the average typical median property of a single family home is valued at 154,000, which their assessment went up 1.32%. So their 2019 taxes were $1,900.56. The 2020 taxes, including their assessment increase, is $1,877, a decrease of $23.56 or 1.24%. And that's including the 1.32% assessment increase. So they're down $23.56. The average seasonal recreational dwelling or cottage is $200,000 in assessment. That's an increase of 4% because of the CVA through MPAC. So last year they paid $2,284.51. This year they'll be paying $2,305.17, an increase of $20.66, or an increase of 0.9%. The farmhouse, which has a big increase, average value of $156,000. Their assessment increase is 10.64. Their 2019 taxes were $1,675.51. This year they're paying $1,798.04, an increase of $122.53. And that's of course because the farmhouses were not, didn't receive the assessment increases in previous years. So that's where the average one has only come up to 156, whereas the average one in town is 154.
We were also warned about this with the farm tax, which is a pain.
Yeah, farmland itself is up 13% assessment. So they paid $420 on average last year. This year they're paying $464, so an increase of $43 or 10%. Managed forest is up 14% in assessment. So they were paying $129, the average property. And this year they're paying $144, so it's an increase of $14. Apartment buildings, the average assessment is $830,000. It's an increase in assessment of 0.73. So their taxes last year were $18,773. This year they're $18,463. So they're seeing a decrease of $309. So a decrease of 1.65% for those apartment buildings. The small office buildings, so that's some commercial, they didn't see an increase in assessment, and their tax change is they're down $123 or 2.53%. Another small retail commercial property, that's of course those are the properties that are losing their income. They do not have assessment increases, and their taxes have gone down $100.92, 2.53% decrease for those small commercial properties. Industrial, standard industrial property, no assessment increase. Their tax change is $36.25 decrease, 2.15% decrease for these industrial and commercial properties. So those have gone down.
So, and that, why did the farm take such a jump? Why is the farm gone up?
There's two reasons. One is the farmhouses and the farmland are being assessed differently now. Land prices have really driven that. People buying land from Southern Ontario, as they run out of land, are coming here and driving the prices up. So that's for the farmland. It is increasing, but it's increasing to market value, and it is only paying 25% on the dollar. That's why the percentage is high, but the dollars are low. The farmhouse, so those have typically been under-assessed. So like I said, if the average house in town is $154,000 and the average farmhouse is $156,000, whereas back in 2019, the average single-family home was in town is worth $152,000, and the average farmhouse is worth $140,000. So they really they're catching up, and unfortunately, that's having that's shifting the impact of any increases that we have to them. Or even if we decrease, it's shifting an increase to them because of their market value.
Yes, Brent, go ahead.
The one question I had, so if we, so right now we have funding for one summer student. If we're able to find funding for the 6 other ones, what would that total be if the government, federal government or provincial actually came through and funded them 100%? What would that offset be pertaining to a budget? The reason I ask is if we know that we're going to get 100% fund for those students, then could we not just drop our legal costs down to $20,000 if we know that we're going to make up that money in our wages somewhere else? Like, will that compensate each other?
No, that it would be a net zero effect. Like you apply for the funding and you pay the student. So you'd have a revenue stream, but then you'd have a wage line.
Yeah, yeah. All we're doing is giving the job for free then, basically, Brent.
That's right.
With the funding, because we're not gaining out of it. We can't keep the money from the feds and not pay the students.
That is
the only thing is, what we would do is if we were paying the existing students that we've had. So and that's where I think you're going with this, Brent.
Yeah.
How many students do we have right now, and can we get compensation for the ones we already have, and then you would do the decrease?
So I was looking at that we're taxing off of the wages for summer students right now. Be it that we're gonna get that money back, that's good. But if we lowered our say legal costs down, that's all I'm saying. Is just that's a way to lower our tax if we know we're gonna get that money back for the wages.
I'd like to wait on that for a couple of weeks, just because they are doing different funding almost every day.
One question too, seeing how things fluctuate on a day-by-day basis. What is our consensus on when we think we're going to be passing the budget?
When he thinks what? I missed the last
We
part.
would be passing the budget.
So I would like to bring the budget forward at the June 2nd meeting.
So we should know by then what other funding streams there are.
And that's what I'm getting at, because
Yeah.
we've sat on our budget before for a while, right? And I just want to know, if we see things coming down the pipe, if there's time to revisit or whatever in the next week or 2 or 3. And that's all for my own personal, I've got these sheets now and I can see what's going on. And because last week we couldn't have this morning I couldn't have a campfire. Tonight I can have a campfire. That's how things change, right? So.
Yeah, and it is a budget. So I would caution going back to it too many times, really, because everything's going to go like that. So, we're going to work ahead on getting the tax rate bylaw, getting the presentation done. So, I mean, if something does change in the next week, it's possible. But after that, I would say it's a pretty strong budget. So
So if we know in the next couple of weeks if there is new funding for summer students, we can throw it in the budget. If we don't, can you mute yourself?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Again, it has a net zero effect on the budget. So it's just a matter of bringing in the revenue and paying the student. It's not a change in the budget. The other thing is, let's also remember that FCM is lobbying the federal government very, very hard to pay us back for all the costs of COVID. And so, as we've spoken about, we need to have those COVID expenses laid out. And I don't care if it's a pen that we give somebody that they signed the marriage license with. This includes Mark's iPad, things that we've had to put out expenditures for that we don't know if we're getting funding for yet. So that's the other stream that I'm kind of waiting on. But I think that there could be a good news story there. I believe I can't remember what Glenn Doncaster said. I think a $10 million fund. So that's what they're lobbying for. So, I mean, stay tuned for that as well, guys. There may be a good news story there because everybody's keeping track of their expenditures during this crisis.
So the only other thing that I would add is that our growth is going to bring in $42,000 or more money. We've increased our levy $48,000. So it's really only $6,000 spread out over the township, and look at the investment that we're making.
Of the 83.
Yes, of the 83.
The investment of the bridge that we didn't know about, of course, until a week or so ago.
And the revenues that we've lost that, we're guessing what we're going to make up. So I mean, I think it's a strong decrease for people. We're doing what we can to help them. We've already assisted through you don't have to purchase your bag tags. You don't have to purchase, so you're not getting your penalty and interest. Yeah, so, and it is just a budget. Anything could happen between here and the end of the year.
Everything is a moving target right now. Okay, well, so I think if everyone's all right, we leave it at that and come back to it if need be. If somebody, a light bulb goes off in their head, apparently nope, Tim's not doing light bulbs, he's doing baseball caps.
I don't have a wig.
I'm not wearing a wig. This is my hair.
That's all natural.
This is my hair.
We'll stop by on your way home. I'll do an outside haircut for you in the rain. You'll get washed off at the same time. And a little bit of advice for you too, and that stockpile a little bit of Pine Sol now before it goes up, because you know it's going to be in high demand once we, you know, that gets out, right? So, or Mr. Clean, whatever you prefer.
I'll get her a white T-shirt.
These guys are so good to us, Annette. Offering to cut our hair, and like, you can't do better than that, right?
Well, we're here to save.
Hey, Tim, we'll just call her Broomhilda.
That's what I look like. It's terrible.
Well,
That's
Tim,
how you know it's
I'll
mine.
swing by and help cut. You're a neighbor of mine down there, so
yeah,
I'll bring my scissors.
Oh my God! So now they're going to cut my hair together.
Oh, that'd be awesome. You do the front, I'll do the back.
It's bonding.
Yeah,
We'll see which one looks the best.
Experience. You know, Jack on the left and Merv on the right there.
You cannot have three of you together. It's an illegal meeting.
That's true.
Well, I'll attach mine to a pole and stand away.
I won't say a word the whole time, and therefore there'll be no meeting at all.
Some gardening shears.
Actually, we are allowed to now, as long as we don't substantially move the business of the municipality. But it's not good practice, and I don't agree with it. So, all right, guys. Well, unless somebody has something else, I really appreciate all of you being so diligent in doing your homework and making sure you came to this meeting prepared. As always, you know, we want to get this budget done in one day so that we're not wasting taxpayers' money. And yeah, I'm pleasantly surprised considering where we started off this day and knowing that COVID is really, sorry guys, I'll get back in front of this, knowing that COVID has really taken its toll on our budgets throughout the township. So I think, as we've all been saying, this is sort of a moving target, but I think coming in $284,265 less than what we started with, and making the investment of that 83 in the bridge so that we can utilize the unbelievable grant of $751,273. Thank you to the province. Thank you to Minister Yakabuski. So I think that we're making investments where we should be making them, and I truly appreciate everything, guys. Was there anything else? And thanks to Annette and our staff. Weren't our department heads rock stars today?
Oh, they're fantastic.
They were rock stars. Everybody took their cuts with, they held up. Nobody left bleeding.
Do we have flowers for Kevin though?
We're going to have to call Kevin Ricky Bobby, because if you're not first, you're last, and he was.
Yeah, he did get screwed twice today.
Oh,
Poor
yeah.
boy.
Now, come on, the tourist was out of my budget.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I took the $11,000 hit.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
You're still smiling, Annette, so that's the main thing.
Well, and now Annette's going to start cleaning. She's going out to get her Pine Sol.
Whatever.
That's right.
All I can hear is Jack going.
I just sent you an email too, Annette. I don't know if.
I'll be bringing my broom to the next meeting, and it can reach you from over there.
I'm going to be. Hey, can I come to the council chambers the next meeting and do it from there?
Oh, I hope so. Actually, I won't bring a broom. Maybe I'll bring a hockey stick.
Hey,
Handsome brothers.
So guys, I have to tell you something, and this is really embarrassing. And if you're watching at home or when this gets uploaded, please don't make fun of me the next time you see me. But every time I've left these chambers, whether it's to use the washroom, get water, have lunch, when I come back in, I immediately go, okay, where is everybody? It's like muscle memory. Nobody's in their chairs.
Oh, you can get a paper cutout of my face if you want and put it on my chair.
That, you know what? That's a really good idea. We could just put pictures of them. All right, guys, is there anything else?
Just a thank you to Sandra for all her help walking me through what the heck is in these accounts.
Thanks, Sandra. We'll even give you that real nice smelling pine salt. I think they've even got garden fresh. Put that in the budget. How does that
Yes,
sound?
thank you, Sandra. We really appreciate everything you're doing, but please, Annette and Sandra, extend our thanks to all the department heads.
Absolutely.
That would be grand. All right, guys. I miss you. Unfortunately, now I think I have to go home. And this has been the most social I've been in, 9 weeks. So you guys are.
You'll be there till 9 o'clock tonight.
We will drive by at like 12 and Jen's got the lights on, just reminiscing in her pictures on her chairs.
What do you think of the new color there, Jen?
Oh, it's fantastic. You can stop our recording.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bye, everybody.
Yeah, bye everyone. We miss you.
Bye.